Hello and welcome to the Gordon's Floodlit Sevens. It's going to be a very special evening of schoolboy sevens here in Surrey. A fantastic, pristine 4G pitch out there. 3G, 4G, what's the difference? Who knows? But it's one of the plastic variants. And the first game of the day, it's going to be the hosts, Gordon School, up against Brighton College. Two fantastic teams. Two teams with real pedigree on the sevens field as well. And alongside me this evening is Rachael Burford. Rachael, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Very much looking forward to the schoolboy entertainment this evening. It's always good playing on a Friday night under lights. It always makes you look faster, I think.
Certainly does. Well, we've certainly felt a bit of the speed as well. We've been having to get the team sheet scribbled down in haste before we get kicked off, and we are kicked off here as Gordons make a big hit from the kickoff. Brighton College having to rush to get that one back, and it's a scrappy little start to this one. Gordons have been out on the field warming up for quite some time. And Brighton just settling in now and find a bit of width. Ethan Dando, the skipper, who's been playing for Harlequins in the academy season, is taken to ground, gets the offload away, and another one off the deck. And Rachael, that's going to be a thing to look out for throughout the day, is that speed of ball away from the contact area.
Yeah, it's massive. If you can keep the ball, you know, under 3 seconds at the ruck, it makes it so challenging defensively to get yourself set to then go and put pressure on. So it'd be critical today, making sure that you're looking after the ball in the breakdown, but how quickly you can move it away as well.
And this being sevens, not too much of a problem if the ball doesn't go directly to hand. More important to get the ball to the right place as fast as you can. We're seeing that Brighton being patient, and as I say that, Dando hoofs it downfield. There is no sweeper in, so it's a foot race. It's a foot race that Gordons are going to win. But just an early sign there, and something to look out for as the day goes on. Which teams are going to play with a sweeper, which ones aren't. So we see a high tackle there and an early yellow card, and an indication there that the referees are going to take no nonsense with regard to the height of that tackle.
Yeah, rightly so as well. Really good defensive set from Gordons, you know, forced the kick, and now they're in possession, an opportunity for them.
Gordon's charging down the left-hand side, foot in touch, which does give me a chance just to mention our officiating team today. Chris Mulroy, Dean Crosley and Riley Whittington. Team of 3 working together. It's going to be a team of 3 throughout. No expense spared here on the officiating front. Chris Mulroy, the man with the whistle for this one. First set piece of the day. Always something to look out for in sevens. People throw into a line out that don't necessarily do it all the time. That one works quite tidily indeed. Brighton College finding a bit of space down here on the left-hand side. Ball doesn't quite go to hand. And we'll have a scrum.
That was a lovely little play off the set piece. Just got it in quickly, moved it to the second channel in, and just gassed him on the outside and managed to draw the winger in, but just couldn't go to hand in the end there.
Yeah, it was Tom Saunders that had the ball in hand. Just couldn't quite get the pass away to Keelan Farrell. But an early sign of the threat that Brighton College have got when they can get a bit of pace on the ball. And they have dominated possession early on here, haven't they? They're seemingly in control, but yet to make a decisive breakthrough.
Yeah, pressure from Gordons has been really good. Their line speed pressure has been excellent. Not found many holes to be able to break, but might be on something now.
Yeah, Toby Vander going quick from that penalty. Gordon's a little bit over-eager that time on getting their defensive pressure up. Coming up too fast. Off the head there. It's an unfortunate penalty, that.
They could think about maybe going to the line out on this one. Just run the clock down, get their player back on the pitch.
Brighton spill that ball.
That's just a little bit of fatigue. Playing with 6 players on the pitch is hard enough when you've got your full complement of 7. It's a little bit of game management could have come in there, but it doesn't help when your captain's not on the pitch to make those calls.
And I suppose it's sort of conversely to 15s. In sevens, when you got that man down, you almost want to have the ball in hand as much as you can, because it means that the other team can't get on that space on the outside that you're inevitably going to leave.
Yeah, exactly. You want to try and, I mean, possession's everything in sevens with 7 players or not. But particularly when you're a player down, you want to try and draw out those 2 minutes as much as you can. So you haven't got to overwork. You've got often, if you've only got 6 on the pitch, then you're not going to be able to have a sweeper in place. So it exposes the backfield. So wherever you look, there's opportunities for the opposition when you're a man down.
Bit of a scare there for Brighton College, but they have the penalty. Move the ball to the left-hand side. Not too long left now until Dando's back on the pitch. In fact, I think next breakdown he'll be on, but they don't need to worry about that because they're across the try line. Keelan Farrell with the opening score of the tournament, the opening score of this game, and Brighton College have a 5-0 lead and a conversion to come.
Impressive. They dominated possession for nearly 5 minutes of this first half, and finally they get the rewards. Just the fight and the tackle, almost going down, but just keeps fighting and leg driving through, and he manages to find his way to the try line.
Well, Brighton College are always one of the stronger sevens units out there. Nick Boy, their head of rugby, loves his sevens. We see the replay here. It's a penalty and it's relatively simple handling.
That's the best bit of rugby, when it's just simple and basic, but they're just leg drive through, doesn't get held in the tackle, so he's got every right to get back up, and he finishes the job.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Great strength and pace from Farrell. And that was the last action that Brighton College had with 6 men, back up to 7. It's a nice high hanging kickoff, but it's not going to go 10. Got the height, not quite the accuracy. Free kick on halfway for Gordons. A couple of twins in the Gordons lineup. I don't know why I've just introduced that into the topic, because they've got very difficult names to pronounce. But the Adosahan twins is what we're looking for. Gordons with their first real bit of possession in the game. They're going to have a little flirt around the fringe here. Now moving it out to the right, to the left-hand side. Cutting back in. I was here a couple of weeks ago for a 15-a-side game with Gordons. They were very direct in that. It'd be interesting to see as they get some possession whether they apply that directness or whether they try and play a bit wider.
Not 10.
Harrison Dodd, the skipper,
Keep moving.
taking the quick tap. And they are going to go direct, and they are going to get across the line. Theo Curry, the big Harlequins lock, bruising his way over. Well, question asked and answered. They're happy to go straight through the middle.
Yeah, often route one often works, especially when you've got big men. Just being really direct, really physical. Catching Brighton on the back foot, not back 10, then getting marched back again. Just took his opportunities straight in front of him. Like the look of Dodd, really sharp in the middle, wants to play quickly, wants to keep tempo going.
Yeah, it seems like Dodd's the man that the play is going to go through today, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks lively, wants to get the ball in his hands quickly, trying to find options for his teammates. That's a really good response for them.
Theo Curry, a giant of a man. And that's half-time. Brighton College took the lead, but they go in 7 points to 5 down after that Gordon's bruising try and a conversion to follow. Half-time, Brighton College 5, Gordon 7. Short, sharp half-time to keep the tournament on schedule. Brighton College kick us off, but that one straight into touch. And that's an area of the game that they're going to need to keep an eye on, that restart area. That's 2 in a row now that have gone a bit awry.
Yeah, you can see what they're trying to do. You know, we talk about possession being everything. They're trying to go for the short one to get it back, but at the moment they're just rewarding the opposition.
Gordon's support here on this near touchline to our commentary position are enjoying the physical nature of Gordon's approach, I think. And Curry, the most physical of the lot, takes it into contact, but spilled in the offload. Brighton College will have a scrum.
Yeah, you've seen that a couple of times now in their attack. They're looking to get their arms free, to get those offloads away. Sometimes they don't always pay off, but still it takes multiple threats then to the line, and it questions the defenders.
Coach! Bind! Set!
George Williams to put into the scrum, doing a passable impression of Charlie Clare, the old Brighton College scrum half, who's been named on the bench for the Scotland under-20s tonight as Dando takes it into contact. Try score a foul there. Just thought he spotted a bit of space down the blind side, but now they'll work it the full width of the pitch.
Crowd enjoyed that tackle.
Could be a big difference maker as the night goes on. This Gordon's crowd enjoying and cheering every single tackle. Although at the moment, every tackle resulting in a penalty. Brighton up to the 10-metre line. Bobbing and weaving this way and that, and another penalty. Williams goes quick, and there's a bit of space on the right-hand side. Gordons have done well to drift across, actually, but Farrell, the try scorer, he is so elusive in the tackle. Beaten 2-3 men twice there. Spilled in the offload, and Farrell. Those long legs of his are looking almost impossible to take down, aren't they?
Yeah, he's got a real good sharp footwork. Reminds me a little bit of like a Johnny May, just really slippery in the tackle. Doesn't go down easily. It's definitely a threat when he's on the ball.
It certainly is. And Gordon's, I guess, they're going to have a look at their discipline. There's a lot of penalties they're starting to concede now, and all for relatively innocuous things, it seems, that they can quite easily correct.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just around the breakdown, isn't it? Whether it's coming in the side too high. Just as we're talking about penalties.
It looks as though this has the potential to be a penalty try, I think, because Brighton College were in the clear down the right-hand side, and Gordon's came in a bit high, I think. Referee's just having a little chat about it.
9.
Meantime, up next, Wellington College, the reigning champions, up against Eaton College, arguably the most well-known name in the world in terms of schools. There's going to be a massive, massive game of rugby next, but the unfortunate news for Gordons is that it's a red card. It will finish off this game with 6 men as Brighton College cross the try line on the right-hand side to add further punishment. Dando, the try scorer, that's a tough one for Gordons to take. But the referee clearly feeling he had no option. And Brighton College have a 12-7 lead.
Yeah, it's quick thinking, quick attack down the short side, knowing that they're going to be disorientated. Just had a player sent off, trying to organise themselves, and they just attacked and took the opportunity.
Brilliant conversion from Brighton College as well. For a 14 points to 7 lead, or 12 points to 7 lead rather. Dando that finished it.
Yeah, it was a really good spot. Saw that the defenders were over chasing, so just cut back, communicated to his 9.
Ball spilled off the kick-off, Dando. Tripped, was he? No, referee says just a knock-on. But a good opportunity to build something from.
Yeah, obviously the last 2 kickoffs didn't go 10, so they've opted to go deeper there, knowing that Gordons have got only 6 players on the pitch, so they're going to have to work really hard to play out their own half. And in the end, just forced an error, so it's gifted them the ball back and a great attacking opportunity in the 22. Only 2 players out in the backfield. You wonder if the 9's just going to slip off and join.
There we go, Rachael Burford, Mystic Meg, as the 9 does break off around the side. George Williams for Brighton College's 3rd try.
It was a lovely individual try, wasn't it? Just lovely little in and away, great footwork. Identified there was a big gap down the short side. Could see that the opposition 9 was hedging his bets to defend open because you've only got 2 players on the outside, so it opened up the blind side for him. That was a great finish, in and away. Still had work to do, still had defenders to beat. In the end, he was too quick for them.
These pro players, ladies and gents, they know a thing or two, as it turns out. Referee just waiting to make sure that we've got the requisite number of players and balls on the pitch. Farrell will get us restarted. Brighton College leading 17 points to 7. And really, they have completely dominated possession. Gordon's discipline probably has helped Brighton in that endeavour, as they have a little dabble now on this right-hand side. Find a bit of space, up and across halfway they go. Theo Curry will play scrum half. That's a sentence I doubt he's said too many times, but through they break down the right-hand side. There's a bit of space here. They can get the offload to hand. There's even more. Dancing inside they go. Ben Webb eventually brought down. Curry now, he goes direct. Oh, a huge tackle comes in from Brighton College. Toby Vander, take a bow. That's a bit of a tidy up job now for Gordons. Can they find their way across the try line? Improbably with 6 men. Ethan Dando, no release, be a penalty. And Curry goes quick. They're not 10 and it'll be a yellow card. And we'll be playing 6 aside until the end of the game. Curry after a second. Oh, what a finish that is.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't passing that ball, was he? Tucked under, wanted to take him on. You see that again, frustrated. Great phases of play in the build-up to that. Just powers over with 3 men all over him, trying to stop him, but managed to wriggle, turn, and then dot the ball down.
Well, you want your big players to step up in big moments, don't you? And Theo Curry certainly done that. 2 tries for his side, but as the final whistle goes, 2 tries, not quite enough for the home side, because Brighton College have won this one 17 points to 14. A fantastic display of possession from the South Coast side to get their tournament off to a winning start, and it's going to be a quick turnaround for Wellington College, the reigning champions, up against Eaton College. We'll be back with you for that one in just about a minute's time. Okay then, we are back for game number 2, Wellington College against Eaton College. And I can take you through your refereeing team for this one. Ollie Robertson is the man with the whistle, Fraser Morgan and Andy Green, your assistant referees. And alongside me, as in the first game, is Rachael Burford. Rachel, that was a mad old first game, everything going on. Tries, red cards, yellow cards, a whole host of penalties, but some great rugby as well. Yeah,
some quality rugby, and you know, it kind of set the standard for the rest of the evening now.
Eaton College in the blue quarters on the right-hand side of your screens, Wellington College in the gold and black on the left-hand side. Wellington with the penalty, and already you can see them injecting a real sense of pace and adventure into this. Offload doesn't quite get a hand though, so a chance for Eaton College. Eaton, by the way, are going to be on this pitch a lot over the course of today. Just the luck of the draw on that one. Wellington College having to do a bit of tidying up. And it is well tidied by Noah Elrington in the 6th shirt.
And a fast and furious start, both end to end. Both teams trying to keep the ball alive.
Interception, Eaton, and Eaton are away. The intercept comes in, he's going to get there. The one-handed finish. Using those padded backboards as well as he slides home. And Eaton College, well, they put the pressure on in defence and they come away with a try.
That's as cool as you like. Just literally plucked it out of the air. You thought for a minute that Wellington were going to kick to the line after the fast start, but then they opted to play. It's just picked out of the air, and then just big step off his right foot to finish the job. And a lovely swan dive at the end as well. And the swagger on the way back.
He's enjoyed that one, hasn't he? See the replay here. That's a glorious.
A big step on the outside and then just finishes it off. Knows that nobody's going to catch him. And then lovely little dive in the end. And do we get the swagger walk? Impressive.
That's a man who knows he's on TV today. Wellington retrieve the kickoff, and they're going to keep this fast and furious pace going. Keeping the ball out of contact as much as they can. They're brought down here, though, by Eaton. Wellington short of a few of their stars. Rory Taylor in with the England under-18 squad. Lloyd McEwen-Peters named in the Scotland under-18 squad this morning, and they've had a lot of boys involved in the academy stuff over the course of the last few weeks, but they've got some wonderful talent out there on the pitch today as well. So deep do Wellington College go as they spread the ball from right to left. There is a little bit of space. They're just going to have an explore down that side. Tyler afire now. We know he's got plenty of gas. Seen a few tries earlier in the season. We're going to see another one here. Oh, we are. No, it's a wonderful tackle. Offload off the deck. And a very casual finish as well.
Oh, that was a brilliant try. Had so much build up to it. Playing to the right-hand side, being patient, playing to the left-hand side, waiting for their moment. And then the powerhouse through the middle, bumping players off for fun. They just move it to the outside. Watches the number 2, commits to the tackle, and it makes number 6 turn in as well. And then that just opens up a space. And then the power game comes on. I'm coming through and no one's stopping me. And then the support is still there. It's always so important to follow the ball carrier and support. And that's a good finish with a man on your back.
Then Walder, the co-captain, was the man to finish it. But the hard work all done by Tyler Afire on that left wing. Needs to work on that goose step a little bit, though. Eaton hampered a little bit by the referee there, but still get the ball away. Showing good patience here. Waiting for the gaps to emerge. Now they straighten up a little bit. Committing a few players to tackle, but it's ripped away, and Wellington College, there should be some space to exploit here. Darting this way and that. Can they get the offload away now? Not quite. Taken to ground. And Eaton win the penalty.
Oh, it's such a shame. He had a huge over-up on the left-hand side.
It was almost like he was trying to get on that outside shoulder and just couldn't quite find the outside shoulder. Eaton going a little more direct and finding a little bit of joy by going direct out to the left wing. How's your gas? Gas is good. Try is good. Eaton College have 2 tries in the opening 5 minutes. Finding space down the left-hand side.
I'd love to see the number 11 over 50, 60 metres. Looks like he's got plenty of pace about him. But yeah, just being direct, pulling in defenders, getting your arms free. Lovely little offload over the top of the head. And then finds the speedster. He's done really well to recycle the ball, be patient. Steps, sees that there's no options there. 3 players up, really high defensively. Lovely footwork. Not the prettiest of passes, but in the end, it doesn't matter. It gets into the speedster's hand and they get over for a try.
Goes back to the conversation we were having almost at the start of the first game about almost in sevens, the most important thing is just to get the ball to the space. It doesn't really matter how it gets there.
Yeah, exactly. Keep possession, build phases, tire the opposition out, try and pull them left to right, just as we saw there.
Luke Anfield bursting through. Support is on hand. Wellington College, they've got loads of numbers, but the ball doesn't quite go where they need it to. So recycle, have another go, and it's a lovely step and a lovely finish. Noah Elrington across the line, and every time they concede, they come knocking straight back to Wellington College. That's a lovely, well-worked try.
A lot of hot steppers in the team, stepping off the right. That just shows that defensively you're probably overworking and over-chasing, so it means just you're susceptible to be stepped on the inside. Then that just pulls your defence apart. But it's a really nice, well-worked try. Got the ball again into that space. It's almost like an American football throw initially to get it over to there. But this was the initial break, just stepped on the inside, stepped again, and then the support in, little step on his right foot, and again, and then just flings the ball out there, knows that the space is there, and sometimes the bouncing ball is the best attacker in the game because it makes all the defenders stop, and then that space just opens up through the middle.
And what can you do about that over-chasing sometimes in defence? Because I guess a lot of the time it comes because you're nervous about the pace of the man right in the outside channel. So what can you sort of do do you just have to trust yourself that you will get there? Yeah,
you've got to trust inside and outside of you. I think as soon as there's a big line break through the middle like that, then you're going to be pulled from left to right. It's about trying to connect again, being patient, making them work the ball to the edges so you can readjust. And then you can take the opportunity to go forward and put them under a bit more pressure.
Wellington College putting Eaton under plenty of pressure. Just a couple of inches from the line, they go direct round the corner and across the line they go. I can't quite tell who it was that's gone over, but they've gone over from close range. We'll find that one for you in just a second. Go on, turn you back to us. Oh, there we go. It's the number 8, Joe Buxton. One of the very helpful men earlier who gave us all the shirt numbers. Joe Buxton, Wellington College's third try of the game, and for the first time in the game as we go into half-time, Wellington leads 17 points to 12 as we see the replay here. It was good possession rugby.
Yeah, just quick tap, knowing that Eaton are going to be on the back foot, and just showing a variation in their game. They've got the ability to move the ball to the outside, but then they've also got a couple of power men up the middle as well that can do the job.
A frantic opening half of rugby, in keeping actually with the first game and a half of this tournament. It's been helter-skelter from start to finish, but half-time here, Wellington College 17, Eaton College 12. Back again then, as the sun starts to set here in Surrey. Eaton College kicking off on the left-hand side of your screens. Has that one gone 10? It has. That's a really lovely kickoff. It's gathered by Wellington College, though, who are in the gold and black on the right-hand side. And this is what they've looked to do throughout the game, is run hard at the defence and then spread the ball wide. And Tyler Afire is a dangerous man to get the ball wide too. He's dealt with really nicely by the Eaton College number 6, though.
Yeah, he wasn't really given the best opportunity, but Eaton have gone quick.
Bree wants them back. Is he saying the line-out was formed, perhaps? Looks like it. Eaton College line-out. Wellington going for the one-man lift at the front. Would that I could. And that one's not straight.
Thought the referee was playing 9 then. Yeah, it's a hard skill throwing it in. That was my position, playing number 9, and you know, when you're not doing it week in, week out, it is a challenging skill. So it's often why you might see variations like a pass into it, but it does make it challenging to try and get it down the tunnel.
Wellington, quick scrum, get the ball away. And in control. Quite often in sevens you see the sort of first receiver at a scrum time standing directly behind the scrum, don't you? Wellington College playing it differently, but why would that be that people will often in those set pieces, we'll come back to that, in fact we'll do it now, why would it be that people do that sometimes?
Well, it depends on what your opposition nine's like. If you're going to get a lot of heat on as a number 9, then having your 10 standing flat and 10 metres away is really difficult. Sometimes you just have to pat it to them, and then they can shift it nice and early as a pivot. So it all depends on how much pressure the opposition 9 is going to put on that 9 to then put their pass under pressure.
A rare event in sevens as Wellington College hoof the ball off field under a lot of pressure there. Eaton taken into contact and earned the penalty. And they've looked threatening when they've had the ball of Eaton, trying to keep it alive. Wellington College flooding through in defence though, and we'll have another scrum. Crowd building healthily on this near side. Our camera tower's rather curtailed where they can get to, but it has meant that we're 4 or 5 deep in front of us, which is always nice to see. Eaton having another probe down this right-hand side. He was looking for someone to cut inside. I thought he found a bit of space on the right-hand side, but passes it in, and that's going to be a lovely try, is it? Yes, it is. Fantastic rugby from Eaton College.
That was just all about backing yourself, having a go, playing quickly from the free kick from the scrum. Just does enough to get on the outside, and great flood support. Never let somebody go alone if it looks like they're going on the outside. He looks like he's a bit tired now, just signalled the old, can I have a rotate?
There's nothing I respect more on a sevens field than scoring a try and demanding to come off straight after.
That's what it gives you the right, doesn't it?
It's my signature move, not that I ever scored, but on the rare occasions.
Yeah, just shifts the ball early and just thinks, do you know what, gonna have a go on the outside. Just starts to pump the ball, which makes the outside defender just hold a step. And then it's just a foot race to the end. Again, not going down easily in the tackle. You're grabbing on shirts, they're still gonna be able to pile through.
We're back all square, 17 points apiece. Not too long left either. Wellington College probe down the right-hand side. They've been really good today at lifting the ball off the deck when they are tackled, but they're just taking it to touch this time, I think, or have they spilled it forward? The referee's giving them the option. And
Let's go, form. Knocking straight, scrum option. On the line.
And a chance here for Eaton. Not too long left.
Hold your engagement.
Scrum, a big wide pitch to play into.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Not a whole load of blindside to deceive with.
Love to see it. Get it to the outside channel, give them a one-on-one.
Look on, you're in front.
Ball spilled and then a
Line.
accidental offside and then a bit of chat back and a yellow card, and that is not what you need against this Wellington College attack. Wellington opt for the scrum. Well, I guess they know they're going to have a guaranteed overlap here.
Let's go.
Yeah, silly. Can't throw the ball away in sevens.
Crouch.
It's deemed as slowing the ball down, taking away the option for the opposition to play quickly.
Great work from the Eaton scrum half. Just slowing up the Wellington possession as Isaac Sprenger, the second row, finds a bit of space. Pass doesn't go to hand.
Let's go from the scrum.
Big shout out to Isaac Springer's family, who I know will be watching up in Yorkshire.
Step to the mark. Crouch. Bind. Set. And again.
Penalty, Eaton College. Ball spilled through the tackle. And we'll have another scrum. And have you ever seen so many scrums in quick succession on a sevens field?
Oh, it's such a shame. Lovely little late cut at the line. I'm not sure he was quite expecting it. That's 2 opportunities now they've gifted back possession, and with time, very little time on the clock left.
Wellington last attack of the game, possibly. What can they do with it? Can they find a way to unpick the defence? Perhaps they can. Anfield darting this way, and that is the space in the midfield. He's going to have a little charge through. He goes to ground, but he gets good, clean ball from it. A little dart around the fringes, needs support very quickly. Penalty Eaton.
Yeah, it was wrong decision. They had the overlap on the right-hand side, and you can see them directing. You know how desperate players get when they're in their own 22. They're going to do everything to try and turn the ball back over.
Spilled by Eaton, and that's full time. We have a draw.
Off the pitch, let's go. Clear the pitch.
We don't have a draw, as Rachel points out next to me. It was 1917 to Wellington College. The reigning champions are off to a winning start. Well, I've made that mistake before. At least it was corrected quickly this time, eh? Wellington College off the mark with a victory, 19 points to 17 against Eaton College. Another helter-skelter game of sevens. And up next, it's going to be the hosts, Gordons, against Lord Wandsworth College from Hampshire. And so next up, Gordons, the hosts against Lord Wandsworth College. Gordons have already been up on this pitch before, going down in a tight one to Brighton College. Lord Wandsworth College, their first appearance on the live stream this season, in fact. Excited to see what they can do. They had a good old run in the Hampshire Cup, did Lord Wandsworth. Lord Wandsworth are going to be on the left-hand side of your screens, by the way, in the blue. On the right-hand side, in something approaching green, are Gordons. Very similar shirts, but I'll do my best to keep you abreast of what's going on as Gordons get on the attack. And it's that man, he was a threat right through the first game, Harrison Dodd. And Gordons move it to the left-hand side, and there's a bit of space there. They do well to stay in field. Finding a little bit of joy are the hosts.
Advantage offside.
Through the hands to this right-hand side. There he is again, that man, the captain, Harrison Dodd. He's a real threat.
Back here, red front cap, offside.
But we'll come back for the penalty.
I don't think he realised it was his penalty. He threw the ball away.
Yep.
But yeah, he does look lively, doesn't he? Every time he's got the ball in hand, wants to play with quick tempo, looking for his players and support around him. He's got a nice little step on him as well.
Classic sevens feet, I like to call it. Dancing around. There he goes again.
Decision making's good as well. Has a little dart, knows that nothing's on, and then finds a powerhouse like that.
Well, the smallest man on the field, operating like the biggest man on the field. Nathaniel Cotton, playing about 5 stone heavier than he really is. and showing plenty of gas to finish off the try for an opening score for Gordons.
Just staying here, just being patient, goes to the line, steps, right, nothing's on here, plays back down to the short side. And he just has a look up and goes, right, I'm going to take you on. Complete route one, direct, gets the fend out and finishes the job.
I don't even think he was expecting to be able to bump the tackler off there. Superb work from Cotton. Lord Wandsworth, first time they've had the ball in their hands, really. They're going to have a good straight run, get the ball away from the contact area as well. Just need to get the ball through their hands a little bit. They had a few numbers there, but it's great strength through the tackle to just keep on moving. Ball's out the back, though. Referee says that's okay, and Gordons have got a chance. As Dodd plays the ball away from that breakdown. Early width on the ball from Gordons. Trying to stretch the ball from one side of the field to the other. And they'll look for where the gaps are on the way back here, especially this man, Dodd. Uses that stutter step to just see if there's a bit of space. And there is a little bit down that left-hand side.
That was a great tackle around the ankles. Knew that he was a bigger man than him, so he had to go low.
And into touch. But Gordons are looking exciting with the ball in hand here. Good patience. And then when they find that space, they're able to explode through it.
Yeah, they're doing really well, retaining the ball, playing to the edges, getting good contacts on the outside, and then playing back to the right-hand side. Just you're waiting for somebody defensively just to knock off slightly so a gap can appear, or you can just get a little bit more space on the outside because they haven't worked hard enough to get across. But yeah, they're pulling together some really nice phases of play.
Lord Wandsworth with the short line out, and they stab it through. There is no one at home. It's a foot race to get back there. Gordons just get there to tidy up. Well, we noticed that in the first game that Gordons didn't have a sweeper in place, and Lord Wandsworth College trying to exploit that.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad option, just needed to hit it a little bit longer so that the opposition defender couldn't get back to it soon.
Tackle!
Gordons having to work really hard to get that ball back. On this left-hand side, they've seen a lot of time and energy spent down this left-hand side. Try scorer gets the ball away. Number 6 here,
Flat.
Ben Webb, just probing and now finding some space for his mates down the left-hand side. Oh, the lovely one-handed gather from the big man, Ollie Streeter. We'll come back for a penalty, will we?
Held.
Yeah, he didn't release the ball when he got back up. That was a great, courageous tackle, but I think might just need to check. Got his head on the wrong side. Desperate tackling to try and stop the big man.
Well, a little look at a head knock gives me an opportunity to talk about the sponsors of tonight's event. Return to Play, good friends of ours here at NextGen15. See their logo in the bottom left-hand side of the screens, and in a little second you might actually see their big orange tent that's up behind the post to our left-hand side. Return to Play doing some great work in helping schools and clubs up and down the country with their medical provision. It's care before, during and after, and they specialise particularly in head injuries. Never really been a more important time to be specialising in that area. Looks as though we're about ready to start again, though. Lord Wandsworth man, I think, has come off.
Guys, off please.
As is the way at schoolboy level.
Step back 2 more meters on that yellow line.
No HIAs here. Recognise, remove, I think is the phrase. Lord Wandsworth get themselves off and running again, and great strength through the tackle. Really direct play from Lord Wandsworth College, and the penalty to boot, and they'll go quick for it. I thought the referee called him back, but in fact he just decided there wasn't really a lot on, so he slowed his feet up. Gordons get the penalty this time, though.
Holding.
Yeah, he just got slightly isolated, which allowed the opposition to get over on it.
And it's tough, isn't it? Once the lungs start going, that effort to get in support, it just gets harder and harder.
Oh yeah, it's deep into the second half now, and it does have its toll on the body, physically, mentally. The lungs are burning.
Gordon's looking for a second try. Can they find it? This is the man that got the first. Passes up on a chance to have a dabble this time, though. Gives it to the bigger man who's inside, and what a good decision that was. Oh, what an offload that was. Ollie Streeter to Aidan Slack.
That'll be half time.
What an offload from Ollie Streeter, the big man. Showing the hands of a back in the body of a forward. Fantastic rugby.
Oh, we've seen his brute force, but now we've seen the soft, subtle hands as well. That's the beauty about sevens. You want to have a balance of all the skill set.
Yep.
He's been working hard down this short side, had a couple of big runs. They've been tackling him around his ankles. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that. Been brewing for some time for Gordons, with all the possession, the go forward. It all starts here. Just big handoff to the floor and then out the back door. How about that? Double tackle, one high, one low, but still manages to find his supporting player.
Magic work from the big man there for Gordons. A pass Finn Russell would be proud of. What price one of those on Sunday, hey? Gordons take a 12-0 lead into the half-time break against Lord Wandsworth College. Their second game here on the main pitch for Gordons, and could it be a first victory on it for them? Second half coming up very shortly.
Guys, can you hear me? I can't hear anyone. But no, it's okay. It's okay.
Right, we're about ready for the second half, and I should mention, because I promised the referees I would do this. Our referee for this one is Harry Parsons and his assistants Dean Crossley and Riley Whittington. As Gordons kick off on the left-hand side of your screens to the hands of Lord Wandsworth College, who are in the blue on the right-hand side and in possession up to just about the 10-metre line.
Play on.
And they're trying another dabble with that kick through, because there is plenty of space in behind, but this one's just charged down and Gordons have the ball in possession. And I guess, Rachel, from Gordon's point of view, if they can get a third try, it's a very, very long way to come back from.
Yeah, it is really tough when you got to mounting to climb in sevens, when you only get snippets of possession. You can see what they're trying to do by exploit the backfield, but every moment's going to matter with the ball in hand.
Certainly is, and Gordons are playing some lovely rugby and taking advantage when they do get that ball in hand. And it's another delicious offload, and Ben Webb is the beneficiary this time as he goes over for a simple try from his point of view, but a lovely, well-worked try in the build-up to it. Gordon's starting exactly where they left off.
Again, we've been talking about it. The support play is everything. As soon as they see somebody square up and go direct, they're right on the shoulder again. Again, just moving the ball to the edge, quick tap from the penalty, playing on, making the opposition on the back foot, then direct route one, but then right on his shoulder in support. Bedward dots over.
They've been very, very good at that throughout the game. In fact, in their first game as well, of when they do get taken to ground, of looking to get that ball away as fast as they possibly can.
And the thing is that every time the majority of the time when they've got the ball in hand, it's in two hands, which is challenging the opposition. It gives them then the options to be able to offload, pass ball, but as soon as you tuck the ball, A, you're telling the opposition what you're going to do, and it doesn't give you that opportunity unless you're highly skillful to get a one-hand offload away.
Nah, it's me.
Referee saying that line out formed, so we'll have a slightly more formal line out, just shy of the 22.
Yeah, 2 by 2, please.
Gordon's going to have the
just there.
put into it. Actually, they've got some towering line-out options. Lifting the little man while Theo Curry, the Harlequin second row, launches him skyward, but the ball goes awry and Lord Wandsworth have it in hand. Having a look down the left-hand side, sensibly cutting back in because there is a bit of space. Good ankle tackle comes in from Gordon's. Lord Wandsworth, if they can just keep a hold of the ball, they're starting to show a little bit of promise with the ball in hand. They've just got to get those support players there nice and early, and they do that time. Slightly ambitious out the back door pass, but loose ball. What can happen here? Gordon's tidy up. Now start to spread it out to that touchline. Showing a good bit of patience here with the ball in hand, the Gordons. Now they start to probe and see if they can find a bit of space, and Curry, the big man, the old Maori sidestep comes in. Referee says he was held in the tackle.
Yeah, right decision. Great tackle from the sweeper. Textbook tackle, brought him down.
Well, it looks as though that ball is free and available. Did he spill it as he tried to pick it up? He did just. But again, we see the dangers when there's no man in behind.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hack on, wasn't it? But it was great trace through. Oh, I'm not sure that went forward. It felt like it went through his legs. But good cover defence as well, coming across. Two players getting back in field.
I'll tell you what, from this camera angle, you can see that big orange tent that I was telling you about earlier.
No.
Return to play 10.
And when I give you a mark, it's in the middle, yeah? 9.
It's quite far away. It looks much bigger when you get close.
I can vouch for that.
Crouch!
Lord Wandsworth put in.
Bind!
This game probably
Set!
beyond them now, but can they get on the score sheet?
Straight up.
Not sure they're going to get away with
Guys,
that.
we keep our feet
In
down.
fact, they will, because it was Gordon's put in. See, I'm getting confused by the colours of the shirt here. They are very similar, in defence of myself. And the scrum half is putting in from the non-traditional side of the scrum. Nothing was in our favour there as from our commentary position. Gordon's put in, ball to the back, picked up, and they move it into the hands of the first receiver. And there's a little bit of space out here on the left-hand side for them to explore. Cover comes across from the sweeper, but a step back inside, and suddenly we've got defenders with their shoulders pointing the wrong way. Is that tackle a little bit high? Yes, referee says it was.
High tackle.
Gordon's look down the left-hand side again. Good fend.
Flat.
Good strength in the tackle, though, from the tackler. Try score at Webb. Oh, the blind pass down the left-hand side, and that is lovely, lovely stuff. We are seeing all the party pieces from Gordon's here.
Plenty of time.
Jake Power finishes, but Ben Webb with the no-look pass, and that was glorious.
Yeah, he knew exactly. Knew that he only had one defender to beat.
A minute.
Thought, why not? Why not do the no-look pass? Lovely skill, but looks to attack down the short side. Know that there's a player on the floor. Can see that there's cover and tackle as well, so maybe that's why he did the no-look, just to interest him as well. Then puts his outside away. Lovely finish, lovely little play.
We'll be seeing that one on social media later, no doubt at all. He'll have his little brother clipping it up as we speak.
But you mentioned Finn Russell earlier, so he probably thought, I want a piece of that.
28-0 then, Gordon's lead. Moving pretty close to last play territory here in this third game of the evening. Up next, by the way, it's Eaton College against Mill Hill.
Cheers.
Lord Wandsworth, can they finish off with a try? They've shown plenty of effort. That man in the number 7 shirt, Cameron Ward,
Don't
actually
change 13.
has stood out amongst his peers, and he could get a chance here. His mate's going to dribble it home. Is he? Dive on it. No, couldn't quite get there. The ball just evading Lucas Makira.
22.
That was a lovely option. Saw the space in the backfield, and you can see that he's got some toe. Manages to push through all the defenders, be the first to put the boot to ball. But just in the end there, I mean, I don't blame him for not diving on this sort of surface either.
At 28-0 down, it's not worth the skin burn. Another chance though for Lord Wandsworth College, and in the hands again of Cameron Ward, who's really stood out.
Yeah, every time he's got the ball, he's had really good go forward. He's looked threatening, he's been strong.
No, leave it.
even numbers here on the right-hand side, but going to see if they can make something of it. Taking the ball into contact. Good fight through there, was it? No, Gordon's
Back 10.
earning the penalty.
Holding.
And surely this is going to be final play of the game. Our clock just to guide, of course. Referees in control. But it looks as though our clock was right, as Gordon's bang that one into touch and finish up with a quite handsome 28-0 victory here in Pool 1. Gordon's will be back on this pitch in just a couple of games' time, actually, against Reading Bluecoat. But up next, it's going to be Eaton College against Mill Hill. We see a replay of some of those glorious Gordon scores. We're just about 20 seconds or so away from kickoff in this fourth game of the evening. Eaton College against Mill Hill. Eaton College will be on the left-hand side of your screens in the blue quarters. We've already seen them really test out the champions, Wellington College, a couple of games ago. Just finished shy of a victory there by 2 points. Up against Mill Hill, Mill Hill's first outing here on the live pitch. Mill Hill in the purple and white hoops on the right-hand side. Eaton have the early possession. A big old pass in to get it wide as well, nice and early. Anioma Anamalechi is your referee for this one. Steve Randall and Dean Crossley running touch. It was Eaton running hard, finding a bit of space on the right-hand side. We saw a lovely try from the number 6 against Wellington College just a couple of games ago.
Yeah, good roll, thank you.
Eaton with all the possession here early on. Mill Hill putting their shots in defensively. Big number 1 for Eaton College. Soft hands, we know he's got. Lovely intercept in that Wellington College game. Side operating with real patience here, but Mill Hill actually doing a really good job of rushing out defence and then getting the shot in. And there's a turnover opportunity here, is there? Yes, there is. Poached it. And a first bit of possession for the North London side. Our first chance to see what they've got in attack. Keen to move it to the touchline nice and early. They do well, actually, to stay in field. Eaton defending quite tight.
We're going to play through, lads. We're going to play through.
Defending quite nicely. Shepherding Mill Hill towards the touchline. Mill Hill bounce back inside, and there could be a couple of soft shoulders here if they can get the ball away. And they do get the ball away. Bit of space here on the left-hand side. A good pass goes in, but just spilled. That was really nice rugby from Mill Hill in the build-up. There's a real suggestion that they could offer a lot in this game.
Yeah, it really was. Just being patient with the ball, moving it from left to right, stretching the defence, and then a couple of slip tackles, then they're on. And I just loved how they were all coming onto the ball, fresh, ready. Just the pass, just slightly behind the attacker. Hit him on his shoulder, and they lost that opportunity because that was a try-time chance for them.
Certainly was, and they almost managed to poach a bit of line-out ball there. Got a fingertip on it in the line-out, but just spilled at the back of it. So Eaton College, from a line-out, now have a scrum. going to have a run. That's a lovely bit of work from Eaton College. Now they put boot to ball. Can this one stay in field? How's the bounce? Bounce is good. Sits up and then just drifts towards the touchline. And Mill Hill have a line out. Not a bad option though, the kick there. If that had bounced in field slightly, there was a 50-50 shot of a try scoring opportunity.
Yeah, wingers always want to take somebody on one-on-one.
Mill Hill, wow, that is real pace from Mill Hill, and that is going to be a try, surely. That is an absolute injection of speed from the number 13, Matthew Whitworth. Get him in your sprint relay team.
It's so good, just really quick thinking. Knew that Eaton were on the back foot. Look at that, he's done his run, he's having a little rest now, but what a quality try. Backed himself. Cover defence coming across though. Always chase them out because kicks in sevens, those extra 2 points, you know, become really crucial in games. It's a good cover defence to really push the conversion out. But here, just quick thinking, quick tap, knows they're on the back foot and just backs his pace and just puts the afterburners on. But number 14 trying to keep him out of touch. Wasn't going to catch him, but manages to make him score in the corner, which makes the conversion harder.
And they're the efforts that teammates and coaches absolutely love, aren't they? Because, as you say, that's the difference between 7 and 5. And by the time this game shakes out, that could be the difference maker.
Backwards off Brown, play on.
But I tell you what, that surge of pace is going to take some getting over. And Mill Hill looking for a second try here. Have a penalty. They'll go quick again, why not? They've got a few numbers here on the left-hand side. Can they fix? Have to step back in. The Eaton cover was good, but the tackling not so much as Mill Hill go crashing over. It's the skipper, Noah Edwards. I thought the chance had gone begging, but they found a way across the line.
Yeah, he done really well. Could see that they were flying across defensively because they knew they had the overlap, but then that just opens it up for the inside. And then all of a sudden, you're in all sorts defensively. You're pulled out of shape, your hips are turned, and now you're trying to grab. And he just powers on through and manages to get himself over.
Conversion a little skew-whiff, but it's a 10-0 lead for the North London side. They've looked really good, I think.
Yeah, every time they got hands on ball, they look threatening. They're direct to the line, they put pace on it, their handling's good, ball out in front, little draw and pass here, sees the covers coming across, step inside. But it's the fight in the tackle as well, not giving up easily. Drawing 3 players in and still managing to get the ball down is an excellent effort.
Yeah, good contact.
And that's something we've seen all night, really, isn't it? The rewards you get for fighting through the tackle. Loads of teams have shown real strength through that area and the tries have followed. Eaton now, with about a minute to go until half-time, could do with a try themselves. We've seen this patient build-up play from them before. Can they find a reward for it? This time, there's a bit of space down the right-hand side. Cutting back in. Oh, it's a lovely tap tackle. Crucial. Oh, how about that off the floor as well? The skills are coming out tonight here in Surrey. Eaton around the left-hand side. I don't know if that was the right option, but he's going to get across the line anyway. Well, there were 2 or 3 chances for a try there. He took the hardest route to get there, but he's got himself across the line.
Yeah, in the end, they got there.
Guys, that's half, lads.
There was a couple of lovely little plays there. The big run on the outside, the 20-metre pass in the midfield, and then the little hop step round the corner. Made a bit of hard work for themselves. Could have done a simple draw and pass. But in the end, they get over and they get the 5 points.
Conversion from a tough angle doesn't quite make it, but halves the deficit to 10 points to 5 at half-time as we see the replay here, and I cannot wait to see whatever happens off the floor here. That was glorious.
Yeah, lovely offload, and then this big pass in the midfield, getting it to the space. And number 11 cuts under, which actually the space is just simple enough on the outside. It's a bit of a body slam to the try line with his face, but manages to get over.
That's one of those tries where your mate's going, I'm glad you scored it, because I'd have been giving you a whole load of abuse if you'd not passed that and not scored it. Half time, Eaton College 5, Mill Hill 10. As we discuss our travel plans off air, the second half resumes. Mill Hill now on the left-hand side of your screens. I mistakenly said they were playing in purple and white earlier. It's in fact a sort of brown and white that they're playing in on the left-hand side of your screens. Eaton College in the blue quarters, as always, on the right-hand side. And Eaton, with that try just before the half-time break that halved the deficit to 10-5. An important score because they've been under the cosh a bit from Mill Hill, who have been playing some absolutely glorious rugby in the first half.
I mean, I've been excited to see that lad on the ball. Looks dangerous. Just couldn't get the ball down and a placement there, but my word, he's got some pace and some good power.
Yeah, we saw that one surge in the first half, didn't we? And a sign of what could possibly be to come. Mill Hill, though, we've already seen what they've got on offer, and what they've got on offer is plenty of quality, and that man, the skipper, Noah Edwards, is so strong through contact, but it's stolen away this time by Eaton College. They're trying to get some support runners in. Will this ball sit up just in time? No, not quite. So we'll have a line out, but plenty of ambition from both sides. And Eaton perhaps just choosing the wrong option there. There's probably more space on the left-hand side, given the shortage of numbers on the right. Mill Hill in possession. Is there some space in behind? They've stuck a kick through. I think he wants a penalty, but he's not going to get one for that, I don't think. Eaton College, there's that danger man. This time gets an offload off the deck. If they can get a few more of those in, there may be a route towards the lead in this game. They take this one direct. And another offload out. Stepping back in they go. A high tackle and a yellow card this is going to be. And I've got a bit of a theory on sevens, which is that if you can get 2 offloads in, you've got a try scoring chance coming, especially at this sort of level, I think.
Oh, absolutely. You know, in sevens, one drop ball, one mistake can lead to tries. It's so brutal in that sense. That's why mentally you've got to be switched on, whether you've got the ball in attack or whether you've got it in defence, because it can turn on its head so quickly. Eaton
taking the direct route here. Clean ball. They get it away quite nicely, actually, as the big man came in for the clear out.
Yeah,
and that leaves space for the quick man to get across and score Eaton's second try of the game, levelling the game up, 10 points apiece.
It's been a really good comeback, hasn't it, from Eaton? It was all Mill Hill in the first half, looking dangerous, striking really quickly. That yellow card just gives Eaton the man overlap. But good control early on, just being patient, not going too early into the contact, or doing it on your terms, knowing when you've got your support with you. You've got 2 over, and it's simple there. Just see that the guy that gets fended, he just goes to jump down the right-hand side of the breakdown, and then number 11 spots it. And he doesn't need a second arse to come into that space.
And I suppose a bit there for the Eaton number 4, a recognition of lovely take off the kickoff. And it's a foot race to the try line. Who's going to win it? Tap tackle doesn't quite make it. So Mill Hill have the try. Harry O'Keefe, straight from the kickoff. Well, they were only behind for all of about a second and a half there.
That is absolute quality. That is why you go for those short restarts to get possession back. Eaton, just being asleep from that moment, turns it into a try-scoring opportunity, and what a great foot race. Again, making them score out wide. We've talked about it coming down to 2 or 3 points near the end of the match, and this could be a pivotal point.
See the replay here. claimed, had it gone 10, 50-50. What was not 50-50 though was the pace.
Yeah, they're so hard to judge when you get them right on the 10. You see the number 11 from Eaton just overshoot it. And look how pumped he is.
That one doesn't go 10 though, so it'll be an Eaton free kick on halfway. But what an absolutely perfect response from Mill Hill, going behind and immediately taking the lead back. Can Eaton do similar? Dancing around the fringes, looking for some space. Finding a little bit down the right-hand side. Are they just scragged? Ball is loose, bounces free, and Eaton, are they across the line? They are indeed. That is a try. Prince Harry's younger brother with the try scoring opportunity. Conversion doesn't quite make it, but Eaton College doing exactly what Mill Hill did to them, bouncing straight back from going behind to take the lead again.
Seem to have found a second gear in this half. We're really slow in the first half, but now managed to turn it on its head. Mill Hill now back to full 7 players on the pitch. A minute, 2 minutes on the clock. What can they do? And now they're going to have a free ball from the middle of the pitch.
That's the try scorer, O'Keefe. It'll take the tap in the middle. Onto another of the try scorers is skipper, Edwards. Seen the strength he has through contact, and we see it again there. Mill Hill, they led 10-0 at one stage. Now they're seeking to come from behind for a second time in the game. Time running out. But a penalty was, I think the player that gathered it must have been in front of the player that had spilled the loose ball.
No hands!
Eaton, all they need to do is hold on to this ball for about 15 seconds longer. But perhaps they want a little more. No, it just spilled.
You're offside as well.
And a bit of back chat turns it into a penalty. And Mill Hill have a chance.
I think he was just airing his own frustration for dropping the ball because he was in then.
It all comes down to this, but it's a great tackle from Eaton into touch, and is that going to be the end? It is. Eaton College, well, we saw them push Wellington College close. Now they win a close one of their own. 17 points to 15 for Eaton College. Mill Hill so unlucky, they led for almost the whole game. But in the end, it finishes up here. Eaton College 17, Mill Hill 15, and it's going to be a quick turnaround for the next one. Reading Bluecoat against the hosts, Gordons. And here we go then, underway. Gordons, their third game of the day, up against Reading Bluecoat. Gordons on the near side here in green, on the far side there. In the blue and white are Reading Bluecoat. They've got some exciting players in their team, and so do Gordons. We've seen plenty from them already today, haven't we? A loss in their first game against Brighton College, but backed up by a victory in their second game. Reading Bluecoat. Losing their footing a little bit there. Perhaps a little bit of dew starting to set in. The sun has settled down. Gordon's have the ball. Moving from right to left and trying to work an overlap. Wriggling this way and that, avoiding contact. That's a great penalty. Turnover for Reading Bluecoat. And they explore and find a bit of space. The old one-legged hop.
I thought you got an injury then.
Back foot, boys.
I think I did see Argentina score a try about 6 months or so ago, the old faked hamstring injury.
Tackle.
Perhaps he's been taking tips. It's a hell of a mullet he's got on him as well. Chip comes in. Gordon's the old backward sidestep.
Up, up, up.
That's naughty, and then the opposition loses his own footing.
Bluecoat release.
We've seen a few sides against this Gordon's defence, which we've said a couple of times doesn't have a sweeper, and they've tried to get the kick through, but they're not really getting a lot of joy for it. Does it need to be more of a preset call where everyone knows it's coming so they can flood through and hopefully fill that space? We'll come back to that as Theo Curry. He's been a try-scoring machine this evening, and he's got another one to his name, the big second row. He looks pretty happy with that one.
Probably hasn't scored so many tries in a 15 shirt like he is tonight. He's been absolutely on form. Just being direct, you know, the simple things done really, really well. Ball in two hands, being direct, a little bit of footwork.
Conversion as well. Gordon's a 7-0 lead. They've not really had much of the ball. Oh, wow. Bit of footwork from the big man.
Impressive. I don't think he was expecting the ball to come to him, and then when he had it in his hand, he's like, right, what am I going to do? Let's do it. Let's give it a shot. Little goosey. Did make the opposition stop, so it worked.
Time it.
Just adding to his highlights reel, isn't he?
He certainly is. He certainly is. As big a smile as you'll see tonight from Theo Curry. And there he is. I thought he managed to steal the ball off the deck there, but referee gives a penalty the other way. Tom David will go scurrying away for Reading Bluecoat. Spilled forward.
That's unfortunate. That was a strong run. Just felt that he needed a bit support of him a little bit sooner. Darting across, looking left, looking right. Trying to find some options. They've had good amount of possession, but often when they've got the ball, they're running sideways, which just allows Gordon's to drift. Nice, easy defence.
Scrum half goes off the base. Tackled high to have a penalty. And a few easy meters to eat up. That man we've spoken about before, Harrison Dodd, is that buzzing rod of energy for Gordon's. There he is with the ball in his hands.
Tackle! Arrive up, please, Black. Arrive up.
Bit of a blind alley for Gordon's there, but does well to step inside, buy some time for the support to catch up with him. Now they spread it off to the other side of the field. Half break.
Never on the ball, never on the ball.
Curry is going to act scrum half. Have a little dabble, gets the offload away. And the beauty of being his size is he draws in defenders and creates a bit of space for others just by his pure presence. As Dodd just has a little dart around the fringes. How has he managed to stay alive and through play there? Harrison Dodd, the skipper. Well, we've been talking about him all day.
Yeah, he thoroughly deserves that one. Just being alert, smart around the breakdown. His decision-making's been really good. When he takes it to the line, he's not trying to engage defenders for the sake of it. Knows it's not on. He's shifting the ball. And then, like most nines, your opportunity opens up for you, because he's been doing all the work in the midfield, just shifting the ball left to right, and then suddenly they take their eyes off you. And then he still has work to do. Power in the contact, gets back to his feet, effort on effort. And he definitely deserves to get one on the scoreboard tonight.
Absolute nightmare for a defender. You think you've done your job and he's still going.
Yeah, they're the worst. But it just shows what sevens is all about. It's double efforts the whole time. You can't switch off. You can't stop for a moment to watch, because opposition would just take those moments and take those chances.
12-0 lead then for Gordons. Oh, that's wonderful work of the kickoff. Unlucky not to be able to gather it cleanly. Tom David comes away with the ball for Reading Bluecoat. They finish off with a try in this first half, but no, Gordon's over the ball and getting the penalty.
Easy, easy.
He's going to get a yellow card for not releasing. Get away with that in the 15s field. You're going to get a yellow in sevens for that. Referees want to see a fast-paced game. Gordon's very happy to play a fast-paced game. Getting the offloads away. Does that one go to hand? It does.
Entry.
Penalty, Reading Bluecoat, side entry from Gordons.
On the 5 fellas.
Oh, it was a great clear out, but it was in at the side. Rightly so.
Tom David decides that from their own try line, they don't fancy going the length.
Not with only 6 players on the pitch as well.
Let's go and get the half-time oranges in, recoup, regather, come out firing for the second half. Half-time, Gordons leave, 12 points to 0 against Reading Bluecoat. Back in action again, a deep kickoff from Reading Bluecoat, who are playing from left to right. Gordons with the ball in hand, 12 points up at the start of this second half.
You're fine, you need to roll first.
Tom David didn't come round through the back feet there.
Oh, it's such a shame, because he was well within his rights to get over the ball, and the referee communicated to him that he was fine, but it was his teammate that hadn't rolled away.
And there he goes, that man again, Harrison Dodd. He is enjoying his time out here tonight.
Oh, it was just a little hitch kick just to get him just enough on the outside. You can see 3 games in, it's really, he's really playing with such ease and flow out there. Throughout the game, he's been a real stepper at the midfield, moving the ball left to right, and then suddenly opposition just think that he's just going to shift the ball, and then a slight gap, and he's just invited into that space. He's always alive, always ready, wants to play like any 9, just wants the ball in his hands. 2 hands on the ball, little hitch kick, just enough to get on the outside. And then he's got the afterburners to finish it too.
Horrible, horrible feeling as a defender. As someone moves on your outside and you realise you're not catching them. Harrison Dodd's done that to plenty tonight. Reading Bluecoat had only just got themselves back up to 7 when they went back down to 6 men again. This line out helping just ease the burden on that though as the clock ticks down. Sort of options in the back line though due to that yellow card. They're just going to have a little dance around here. Tie up a few more seconds, tie up a bit of contact, ball spills loose but regathered. Gordon's putting in some big tackles. Referee says that one's just gone beyond horizontal though. So Reading Bluecoat. The penalty, get the offload away. Didn't go to hand initially but regathered well.
Good work.
Now they look to move it, come back in field again.
Thank you.
Setting up contact. They're eating up seconds here, and the penalties are helping them do so.
Run on now.
And now they show a little bit of expanse. Melchiorish just drops it on the left-hand side.
Just some decision making out there, you know, game management, you're a man down, you've got a penalty. Use the 30 seconds left on the clock, kick it to the corner, and then you get your full complement back.
Regathered offside.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because it's almost so ingrained in everyone's minds that you've got to play fast. It's sevens, play fast, keep the ball alive, and actually sometimes you've got to be a bit more pragmatic and go, do you know what, we need to kill the clock here.
Yeah, exactly. Just manage the tempo. You always want to play quick, but only on your own terms. You've got 6 attackers versus 7 defenders. It's going to make it hard work, and then all that work that they've just done there, they've gifted them back. Hard work in defence, and then gaps open up like that.
Will Odgers getting himself on the score sheet. Some tidy footwork and some great pace.
Yeah, you think less than a minute ago, kick to the corner, you get everyone back on the pitch, you reserve some of your energy. Instead, you know, play that minute, and now suddenly you're tired, you're fatigued because the opposition have got the ball, extra player up, and now you're scrambling. That little hitched kick again just gets enough on the outside, and then you're over chasing as a defender, and then that's when you're opened up to be stepped on the inside. That's a great finish.
Lovely finish, proper sprinter's arm there on the left-hand side from Ogders as well.
Strong advantage.
Bluecoat. Game probably beyond them now, but they'd love a try. Gordons have the ball. We've seen a few moments of real skill from them. Is that another one there? A little hitch kick again into the 22. Penalty though.
Oh, that was brilliant. Literally got the player to the floor, straight to his feet again, and on the ball again. He's been diving around the breakdown a lot tonight, and finally gets rewarded for one of them.
That penalty for Tom David has given Reading Bluecoat possession that they've taken all the way up to the halfway line now, and there's a little bit of space here. If they've got the gas to finish it, not quite. Steps back in and is well tackled.
4, you need to come through the middle, please.
Referee says the player didn't retreat behind the back foot before making that effort. You're not going to be allowed to go off the knee, mate.
You know that.
But you talked earlier about effort and attitude, and you think that 26-0 down, the number 6 there on the screen could have given up on that tackle, could have given up not getting back to his feet as quick as he could. But they're the attributes that you need in a sevens team, just that mental application to want to work harder, even when, you know, the odds are all up against you.
Side looking to finish off with a try here. And when it all shakes out, tries scored and points difference could be important in this competition. Top 2 teams in each group go through to the cup semi-final. Next 2 go through to the plate semi-final, and the bottom place side in each group go through to the bowl final. So these points that Reading Bluecoat are accumulating here at the end could prove very important in that final shake-up, and it's a try that is finished off by Jack Rushton, who was very keen earlier to make sure that I knew that his name was Rushton, not Rushton. So I hope I've got it the right way around for him there.
They deserve that try. They've been working hard, big moments at times. It's just lovely little link play. Just one step pass, sees that they're over chasing on the left-hand side, goes back to his support. And then this one here, just look at the number 10, just hovering on the shoulder. And the defender takes a big bite on the ball carrier and then little tip inside.
Thank you. That's time, boys.
The inside drift of a 26-0 lead, perhaps. Still time then for another score here. Gordons have the ball in hand. Penalty, Reading Bluecoat.
It has to be on the mark.
And while they might not win, as I keep on saying, they may well be able to get some points that make a real difference here. Tom David, ball in hand. Oh, lovely from Tom David.
Just good work, good ball manipulation, ball in two hands, gives a little pump, sees the hips turn and then squares up. You know, points will matter in the end, as you mentioned. So it's a great finish to see them finish strong.
Almost playing well enough to justify the mullet.
Yeah, lovely little show and go, and then just backs himself. The mullet looks good when they're running quick, doesn't it? Flowing.
I'm only jealous, to be honest. Full time then. Reading Bluecoat 14, Gordons 26. A second victory for Gordons. They're starting to play some really lovely stuff. Up next, it's a first appearance on the show pitch for Ipswich. They take on Eaton College. So, Ipswich against Eaton College. Eaton College, the team kicking off on the left-hand side in the blue quarters. Ipswich in the dark navy blue with yellow on it. With the free kick on halfway, because that kick did not go 10. Ipswich, one of the fastest rising stars in all of schoolboy rugby. They've had a tremendous season. Winning the Seaford Festival, a real highlight. Sorry, winning the Merchiston Festival, rather, in October, a real highlight for them. But some impressive performances right throughout the season. What can they do here at Gordon School? Well, it's Eaton College making the impression, turning Ipswich over. Seen a lot of Eaton already today. In fact, I think almost all of their games are going to be on the live stream. Oh, delicious. Oh, and again, Eaton enjoying themselves here.
No, not that one.
Down the left-hand side they go, ball back inside. And this is the danger man. He has so much pace. We've seen it already, and we're seeing it again, and that is supreme gas from Eaton College. A try from nothing. Oh my goodness, he barely looks out of breath. How about that? Absolutely electric stuff from Eaton College. Conversion is good as well, a 7-0 lead. And it just shows the value of good, quick passing from turnover ball, that lovely out the back offload, and then it is just pure gas all the way.
Look at that technique, just striding away. We've been talking him up and have wanted to see him open up. What a wonderful runner and a wonderful finish.
And not even breathing heavily afterwards. Extraordinary stuff. The fitness levels on show are brilliant.
Yeah, there's always a few of those players in the team. You just think, how do you do it? We've seen players score tries like that and then straight away look to the sub box, give the signal.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Eaton with the scrum.
Early hook back.
Earning the free kick. And there's a little bit of space for them, and they're going to go 2 tries ahead. Smart work from the scrum half.
It's exactly what you want from the 9. Spot the gap early and then exploit it. Accelerate into the gap. That's what you want as a 9. Just head up, looking, good vision, spot where the opportunities are. Is it to move it, or is it right in front of you?
A classic scrum half start. Conversion skews a little bit. Got half a reel of tape hanging off his leg, but it doesn't bother him one jot.
Just look there, how he first had 2 hands on the ball, loaded, like he's going to go on the outside, which then opens it up for him.
Eaton, fantastic start to this game. 12 points to the good. Can Ipswich respond? Their one spell of possession, they look pretty decent. They haven't really had the ball since. What can they do here? Nisbet Hadaway has the ball in hand. Now out to the man on the left wing.
3, not supporting your own body weight.
Zach Matthews, but it's a penalty to Eaton, and there's that scrum half again, buzzing around.
Move, Pink!
Good pick up there. That was tricky ball to gather for Eaton. And all the play now being directed through the scrum half. Starting to enjoy himself out there. Outside shoulder found on the man wearing 10 for Eaton. And another half a gap found. And there's some space here. They can get their handling right. That's going to be a yellow card, is it? No, it's going to be a penalty try. And probably a yellow to follow, I suspect.
Please come out.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason for that is because it was a 2-on-1, so it would have been a clear run in to get the try. Nobody in the backfield to be covered to affect the referee's decision. You run the risk. If you're going to put your hand out there, you've got to go for the intercept, not the slap down. They should also start with a penalty kick.
Either they didn't know or it wasn't communicated. One way or the other, Gordons have the ball. 19-0 down against what has been a fearsome Eaton College performance in this first half. Nisbet Hadaway gets an offload away and the interception was almost on there. Ipswich survive it, but Eaton College are absolutely flying at the moment. Give away the penalty that time though. Conor Marnie was the man to move the ball away. And Ipswich looking to find a bit of space here. Ball spilled loose. Eaton have it again. Knock forward. We'll have a scrum. Referee just had a look at his watch, but we've got about a minute left.
Yes, yes.
This is a really good opportunity for Ipswich. They get through good passage of plays. They can move the ball nicely. But they need to be a bit more dominant in the contact area to create some quick ball, which then pull it Eaton in. So then they have some space to attack to. But this is a great attacking platform for them.
Quick time, let's go. Back ball.
Certainly is a bit of a delay as we have a few subs. Not quite sure everyone knew who was going and who was staying.
Let's go, come up. Heads out before the set, please, gents.
I think we've got 7 on the field now. Maybe
Crouch.
not, actually. I can only count 6.
Binds.
Yellow
Set.
card still, that's why.
Oh, well, there we go.
Leading 9. Play on, ball was out.
It always helps to pay attention. Penalty Ipswich. They're certainly paying attention here. Trying to find some space on the left-hand side. Eaton have got it marked up, so it's a one-on-one test here, and it's a test that's passed by the Eaton defence.
High, blue. Marks here, here.
There was a high tackle. Ball's out there. Tackle the judge to be high.
Move. Let's go.
Ipswich, I think I know what's coming here. I do indeed. And a business decision made.
Yeah, he sized him up, looked up, saw who was in front of him. Back on a forward, he's going to take him on.
Albert Dmitriev,
Sorry.
from the moment he had that ball in
Yes.
his hands, he was a man who knew exactly what direction he was going in.
Yeah, and even his teammates backed him. They weren't getting close to him support.
Yellow's back on.
Yeah, it was through a high shot there. Did well to retain the ball, but here just looks up. Takes his time, gets back to the mark. Has a little look, everybody telling him just go square, go square, go square. Opposition is looking left and right. And he says no thank you.
I think the most telling part in all of that is that his support man, Robin Burks, pointed the way to go for him and then turned his back on him and walked off. Just assumed he was scoring.
Yeah, exactly. You always need your teammates to back you up and big you up in that instance. He certainly had confidence that he was going over.
Certainly did, and a much needed score for Ipswich. Narrows the gap at half-time to Ipswich 7, Eaton College 19. Back we are then for the second half.
Winger,
Ipswich
in front,
offside from the kickoff.
In front,
So
offside.
Eaton, with their 19-7 lead, will have a free kick, and they were really impressive in that first half.
Yeah, he just hit the ground running right from the off. Retained the ball well, moved it well.
That kick, not quite doing what he wanted, but the cover was coming in, so he may well have been tackled into touch anyway. Shot to nothing, I
Blue,
suppose.
That's you, that's you.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to try and experiment. The best way that you can learn what you can and can't do and what you need to work on is by actually
here,
trying it
here.
and through error.
Closer, closer.
It was a great option, just the execution of it.
Quick bustling line-out move from Ipswich. Getting the ball nice and wide, nice and fast here, but Eaton have got them matched up in defence. And have poached the intercept as well. Oh, it's good competition at the breakdown from Ipswich though. Con Omani
Not 10, number 1.
playing like Peter Omani. At some point,
That's your one.
schoolboy players will realise that the ball does actually have to leave your body in some way when you go for a quick tap.
Hey, you'll be surprised how many internationals forget that as well.
Good power through contact though from Ipswich. Into the hands of Marnie, who bugs out with that one. Looks for some space elsewhere. There may be a bit of space here on the left-hand side. Eaton having to work hard to get across, but they do get there.
No!
Marnie trying to pull the strings here. to the right-hand touchline they go. That one's loose, but tidied up by Tom Dye, who's seen a lot of ball in the last minute or so. Marnie sees a bit of space there, puts boot to ball. There is space. How's the bounce? Bounce is perfect. Can the offload go to hand? Yes, it can. Lovely work. George Howard with the finish. Marnie with the kick. And the offload, I think, it might have been Nevelson. Fantastic try.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Just every time Ipswich are really direct and get good go forward, it shortens up the defensive line, and you could hear the outside screaming across for it. And it just puts a lovely touch. It's not an easy skill to do, the weight of it, the timing of it, and look at the bounce, the timing of the run, and then the lovely offload and support. That's an absolute quality backline try there.
Glorious from Ipswich, and from 19-0 down, they're now 19-12 behind, and suddenly it is absolutely game on. But Eaton responding, and it's a foot race now. He's got support on the inside. He doesn't need it. He steps inside himself. The perfect response.
And that's just sevens for you. You could be all glory one moment, and then the next moment the opposition are scoring. One simple missed tackle leads to a try.
He's using his full allocated time for this one as well. I think there might be a few lungs that are starting to scream out there.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't they be? Especially because the run all came from this man here, and he finished it off as well. Two hands, big fend, and then that's the moment. Now it's broken field, now it's covered defending, but that is a hard tackle to make. And then just finishes a 70-metre run in and converts. It's a stunning run.
Gordon's end. That gap just extended out a little. They'd closed it to 7 points. Now they need 2 again. There goes Gordon's. I meant Ipswich. Ipswich, though, flying down the left-hand side. Hauled down just short. How's the clear out on the ruck? It's good. It's a very good clear out, and there's a penalty as well because there was no release. Ipswich with a chance. Nisbet Hadaway, the prop forward from Northampton Saints, charging in like the prop forward that he is.
It's exactly what you want from your power men. Route one, direct, no hesitation, and just piles over a couple of defenders. But brilliant run initially, great cover tackle, but illegally over the ball, and then just quick thinking. Just looks up, he's getting told by his teammate, you go there. Sometimes forwards need literal descriptions and arm signals to be told where to go, but my word, did he execute.
I think Rohan Burke can claim 2 assists so far in this game for just pointing in the right direction to his big men.
The new way of getting try-assist stats next to your name.
Eaton then responded quickly last time. How can they respond this time? It was a brilliant offload to get that ball to hand. Another ambitious pass going to hand. They are not afraid to try the range of skills here.
Only.
High tackle, so they'll have a penalty.
Top penalty only. Move back.
Seems a long time ago when this man in possession, the scrum half, scored that electric try. Inside. Wouldn't mind another one just to tidy this game up, as Ipswich are on the comeback trail here. Number 7 goes for one of the old dummy that's all head. This man's a threat. The number 11. Oh, he's created that all on his own, and that's going to seal the deal for Eaton College. The threat of pace, forcing the defenders to stay in, and it's a run-in for his outside man.
Just letting everybody know that he's not just about pace and power. Little show and go, little dummy backdoor. just pulling the strings, pulling defenders, questioning them, and then has the ability to make the pass and finish. Simple 2-on-1, but did all the creativity and the work in the midfield to get the space to pull the defenders in. And that is what you call a real try assist.
Certainly is. A huge hat tip to him as well, because he looked, as we've seen so many times in the age group rankings, for all the world, like a man who was just looking for an opportunity to have a dabble himself. But how wrong was that? He was just working and working and working and waiting until an opportunity of some sort came, and how fantastically played it was. And it gives his side a 31 points to 17 victory. Eaton College get the victory against Ipswich, and it's going to be a fast turnaround here on the live stream at Gordon School, because up next is Reading Bluecoat against Worth. Worth's first outing on this pitch. I better dig out the Worth team sheet nice and fast. We are off. Reading Bluecoat kicking off into the hands of Worth. Worth in those thin blue and white hoops. Blue and gold hoops, rather. Reading Bluecoat in the big blue blocks with the yellow and white chevrons on top. It's an early yellow card for Worth.
6, tackle off the ball.
Daniel Okado Jacob resting before he's even got the heart rate up. Tom David, the man with the mullet, so impressive in defeat to Gordon's just a couple of games ago. And he inspires his team in this one.
Don't go
Worth
twice.
competing hard on the floor, but competing illegally.
You have to do that, Rosie.
Some big spacing between the defenders here. David almost trying to point people through that big spacing. In the end, they cut back inside from the left-hand side, and it's a penalty to Worth.
Yeah, great turnover.
9 blue.
Could see that it was isolated. As soon as you see a player going into contact, you've got to get close to them. Possessions, everything.
I'll tell you what, though, from that last game where we've seen try assists that are merely a point to the corner, we're now seeing the man in possession pointing to where he wants everyone to start running, as Worth go running almost the length of the field. Are they going to make it? Oh, it's brilliant, brilliant work to cover back. And then heartbreak after all that effort. Ed Harkham, I think it is, that just gets over for Worth. It was such a good defensive effort from Reading Bluecoat, but great support play from Worth.
Yeah, it was good chase back, but he needed more of his own players around him as well, because you know that players are going to be flooding towards to support that breakdown. So he needed a little bit of help.
It was Max Morgan, the try scorer, I apologise. He'd got himself up in support.
Just spotted a mismatch on the outside. Lovely step back inside. Great initial fend, and the number 10 could have easily given up at that moment, but keeps fighting. But here, jumps to his feet, but it's just too quick. The ball's too quick, and they managed to get over. Such a hard place to defend when you're a metre out from your try line.
Yeah, Jack Rushton did pretty much everything he possibly could have done there. But it was to no avail in the end. Worth with a 7-0 lead and back up to 7 men. But a free kick on halfway for Reading Bluecoat. Restart didn't go 10. Tom David, he feels like the key player at the moment for Reading Bluecoat. As he rather proves my point by evading a couple of tackles. Always helpful when that happens.
He's so monstrous in the contact area. Just leg drive, head down, gets a fend out, wrestles.
Blue 5.
It's having that strength, isn't it, to be able to, once you've decided that contact's what's happening, moving the ball into one hand and be able to use the other hand to fight off other players.
Yeah, it's a tough skill, and not everybody is able to be able to tuck the ball under one arm and still be able to control it. So he's showing great control of the ball, but then also the strength for his other arm to fend players off.
Backwards.
Worth, they're going to have a little dabble down this left-hand side. It was deliberate. It was a nice-looking offload, but it's gone into Reading Blue Coat hands. David gathers that one between his legs. It's not David, actually. I apologise. Jack Rushton gathered that one between the legs. Now Lucas Dance out to Christian Melhuish, the gymnast. David throws a dummy and then takes it into contact again. This time he's turned over.
Yeah, he's just done that extra roll because he knows that he's isolated and he can feel the number 15 from Blue Coat coming in over.
Let's go.
Worth. Their first game on the live stream. And they could be away for their second try on the live stream because they are flying down this right-hand side. Felix Bateman-Chapman just about manages to evade the covering defence and gets it across in the corner. He looks like that was some effort to get there.
Yeah, sometimes when it opens up like that and you're a good 70 metres, you've got to run it in. You're looking for your support. You're hoping that nobody's tracking you down. But that was an excellent little play. You know, both teams, when they're more direct, when they run square with the ball, they've got ball in two hands, then the gaps start to open up, or they create space elsewhere. And just taking the opportunity, sprinting through, and then it's a foot race of effort to the end.
You can almost see the lactic acid building up inside him as he got towards the end of that. From 10 metres from his own line, maximum, and just put the head down.
Yeah, and that was after a huge defensive set as well, so the lungs were already be hurting and burning.
Let's go.
Some days you are very glad it's a microphone in hand rather than being out in the field.
Scrum. Tackle, release! There's a tackle, he's on the floor, you must release. Backwards.
Where? Oh, they're across the line, held up. It's going to be, I can never remember in sevens. Are we getting a goal line dropout? No, we're not. We're having a 5-metre scrum. Trying to keep up with my World Rugby law updates. Never easy.
Blue scrum. White scrum, I should say. Let's go. This is us. Hold up, scrum white. Step up. Crouch.
Were with the put in though.
Bind. Set.
Were darting down. Now moving it to the left. They've got a open bit of space on the left-hand side.
Okay.
And making up for his yellow card at the start of the first half is the big number 11 on the left-hand side, Christian Cairns-Thomas, getting on the try-scoring sheets and moving his team 17 points to 0 ahead. Tidy bit of finishing. They were held up just a moment ago, but from the scrum, they work the ball and get that third try.
Well, it's all pressure, wasn't it? From the moment that they got held up, applying the pressure, getting a 5-metre scrum, which is one of the most challenging places to defend. When you're 5 metres out from your try line, you know that you're going to have space, you're going to have shoulders turning, so there's going to be opportunities to attack, which the 9 darts to the right-hand side, which just pulls the defenders over, which actually creates some more space on the left-hand side. And it's an easy run in for the winger.
sort of try all wingers love. And it's half time then. Worth leading Reading Bluecoat 17 points to 0. So as temperatures plummet here at Gordon School, the rugby continues. Worth leading 17 points to 0 against Reading Bluecoat. Worth in possession on the left-hand side of your screens with the penalty. Probing for a fourth score of the game. They might well find it. Finding a bit of space here up towards the try line. Are they going to be held up again? Oh, it's ripped clear. That's fantastic work from Jack Rushton. He's really stepped up in this game. Reading Bluecoat needed that. 4 tries is an awfully long way to come back from, even in sevens. Can they capitalise and get a score themselves?
Penalty only.
Well, they've got a penalty.
That's 5 off the beat, untouched.
Not the cleanest, but dealt with well. Tom David bumps off another tackler. How many of those has he done tonight?
You're offside, it's a ruck.
If somebody was right on his shoulder there, he would have got the offload in behind the defence, and they could have been under the sticks. Just too much watching as the ball carrier's going into contact. Get right on the shoulder, because even if the offload doesn't come, you're there for a quick ruck and a quick clear away.
Reading Bluecoat desperate for a score here. David pulls that one out the back. They get another offload away. Now there's a bit of space. Accelerating towards the line they go.
Whoa, what an intercept. What a great read. You would have thought they were moments away from scoring.
Well, so sure was I that they were scoring. I was already looking down at my team sheet to find the name of the try scorer. Completely missed the intercept. That's how good it was. And now Worth hack it downfield, and it's a foot race. And it's a foot race they're going to win, but the defence is able to cover. Where's the support? Can it get there in time? No, not quite. It's going to be a penalty to Worth, to Reading Bluecoat rather.
Oh, he did everything possible to buy his team some time to get to that breakdown. They couldn't have asked more from him.
I don't think it was humanly possible for him to stay on his feet any longer than he actually did. But Reading Bluecoat survive again. Can they find a way to build on that survival and get a score?
They've put together some really nice phases. They've got moments, they've got big ball carriers. They can move the ball well.
That tackle's legal.
It's just not quite come together for them. It's not the end passes, the finishing touches. It's just not been there for them in this game.
Referee calls that one back. But Reading Bluecoat, as you say, they are getting so close, but they just can't quite do it. And time is going to start to become as much a problem for them as the scoreline is. And now that they lose Tom David, arguably their key player, the task has just got even harder.
It's such a shame for him to be leaving the pitch, because he is a big man for this team. Takes them forward. His brute physicality gets them good go forward. Now a good defend with a player down.
Worth looking to take advantage right away, and they're going to do so. Their 4th try of the game. Glorious work. George Malik gets the score, but they have just looked so threatening every single time they've got the ball. They're finding gaps inside and out.
That's just how much a yellow card can easily create some free space for you to attack into, and just the pace that he put onto it.
Two. Let's stay positive in our communication, yeah?
What a try that was. Worth 4 tries, and they have pace throughout their team as the really significant factor. I think every single player looks like he can put his foot down.
Yeah, you know, deep into the second half of this game as well, and it's been end to end, so then just be able to turn it. That's what you talk about, that repeatable effort.
Blue coat having another dabble though. You almost feel for them in a way, because they've shown so much promise. They've just been unable to put the finishing touch on some of these attacks. Fighting so hard through every contact. That's really good clearing up work as well. Can they find a little bit of space? They're a man down, remember, but are starting to find just a few chinks. Another one of those little one-legged hop. It's obviously something they teach over in Reading. But away they go. Worth seizing once again upon loose ball, and it's going to be another score, is it? Oh, the defensive cover, absolutely astonishing. Melhuish earns a penalty as well. That is absolutely sensational commitment. 24-0 down, a minute left on the clock, and that is an effort and a half.
That was so impressive, like the hard work to get across. The number 6 had well of an advantage, and he had plenty of ground to make up, but also the discipline to not make that an illegal tackle as well, and gets back to his feet and competes for the ball, and that's what wins him the penalty, gets his team out of a big bit of trouble.
Well, I was about 98% of the way of crediting the try there. That's the second time that's happened to me this game. I could do with these defenders working a little bit less hard. Fantastic work from Reading Bluecoat and Christian Melhuish in particular. Can they finish off with a try? Their efforts deserve it. Can they execute? Slowing the tempo down. Waiting for some space. David now explodes through the tackle and now gets himself in a foot race. And it's a foot race he's looking like he's going to win, but we know about calling things too early. But he gets there. Tom David, well, he had a 90-second rest and he used it to perfection. Well, if anyone's deserved a score, it's him.
Yeah, his work rate and his effort's been outstanding in every game that we've seen him in. But you know, coming off the bench, a little bit fresh, and then just finishes the business off in the end. Great finish. He had loads of work to do. He had somebody right on his heels, but completely backed himself to get there. And he would have backed him to give defend as well at that time. But it was good patience. You know, weren't engaging the defence until they wanted to, and then that lovely back door. Then one fend, and now it's all about head down and go. Great technique on the run, using the left arm as well to drive him closer. In the end, the defence can't get to him.
A glorious sight, the mullet flowing behind him. But it was the opposition that took the victory. Worth winning that one, 24 points to 7 against Reading Bluecoat. And up next, it's going to be Ipswich against the Oratory. We are underway then. The Oratory in possession in the gold and black hoops on the right-hand side of your screens. Ipswich making the tackle in blue, but the offload going away, and the Oratory are going to be off to a flyer here, are they? How's the lactic acid going? It's all right. It's all right. He's got there. Callum Griffin with the opening score of the game. And that is the perfect start for the Oratory.
It's exactly what you want from the start. Loads of confidence, moving the ball, support inside, and then the foot race to finish, and then the big fend. The work wasn't over.
We see here, it was just 2 passes and then they found the space.
But there's that inside support, recognising where he's going to get his body to, because he stepped on the outside, means he's going to turn onto the right-hand side, so changing his angle to get the right support line.
And is that the key when when you're running those support lines? Because we all know the importance of support, but it's quite a difficult thing to teach and to learn, I suppose, of holding back and waiting to see where the most appropriate line to run is, rather than just going charging for it and sort of screaming and demanding the ball on your terms. You want to almost wait and see what happens.
Yeah, you've got to try and pick up cues of what your teammates do, what they like to, do they step off their right foot, left foot? Are they good at getting their arms through? So really understanding your players, but giving it a moment to breathe so you can actually pick up where the space might be. And also you're picking up the triggers from the defenders as well. If you can see a massive cover coming across, then that's probably not the space that you want to support him.
Good support can make all the difference in this game. What can also make all the difference is an attacking platform like this one that the Oratory have. A 5-metre scrum. And a man that I'd wager is not used to playing scrum half, but can he finish like one? Yes, he can. Second try of the game for Callum Griffin. I was about to give him some stick for tapping his hooker on the bum when he's about to put the ball in rather than the hand that's right next to him. But fair play to him, he gets across the line.
Yeah, he does really well there. I think he should have just dived on his first initial instinct, but then stepped and got wrapped up really well. But manages to grip the ball in one hand and then find the try line. It was a really good finish in the end.
You see it there though. What's he doing tapping him there? There's a whole arm closer to him.
Yeah, interesting tactic. But there, just manages to get the arm through. Now, that's not an easy skill to be gripping the ball with one hand while you're being tackled.
Certainly isn't. Need a set of mitts bigger than mine to be able to pull that one off. Ipswich with a free kick on halfway. Kick didn't go 10. Intercepted, and is it going to be a hat-trick, a first-half hat-trick? The first hat-trick we've seen today from Callum Griffin. He's going to run in unopposed. 3 very, very different tries for Griffin, but 3 very, very important ones.
Well, we just talked and complimented him on his attacking support and reading the game in attack, but all good players can read the game, both sides of the ball. When he just recognises the ball, he's loaded up to pass to the outside because he knows he's isolated, and just plucks the ball out of the air, reads it brilliantly, and then has the gas also to finish it off. There, just gets in the passing channel, doesn't give the attacker time to move the ball, but as he turns, he's already moving it and he's in that channel and picks it off.
Does well to gather it actually, because it's sort of fired pretty fast at his face, but gets his hands up and has a hat-trick for his efforts. Ipswich 17-0 down and in a bit of trouble here, only 4 minutes in. What can Nisbet Hadaway do about that? Oh, I'll tell you what, he can put in a delicious offload. Backwards. Ball spills loose. A couple of players down the line, but the offload off the deck, there's going to be a bit of space here. Ball kept alive. Might bounce the way of the Oratory though. It's going to be a bit of a foot race to cover. And Ipswich are back to where they started, but showing plenty of ambition in their attack, and this man Nisbet Hadaway showing a real rounded skill set. Now there's a bit of space back on the inside here. Heavy contact, but some space. Now Marnie. Saw him put that lovely kick through in the earlier game. Can he put his skills to good use here? He's got the ball in his possession again. Has a little dab around the outside, tries to get the offload away. Comes off the leg of Nisbet Hadaway. And it'll be a line-out Oratory ball. But Ipswich showing they're not afraid to chuck the ball around and get an offload in and see what they can do.
No, they've definitely got plenty of ambition, but it's just those final details. His hand's getting locked there, so he can't get a clean offload away. That's just letting them down at the moment.
Backwards.
Ipswich tidying up some scrappy ball. Marnie, risky pass, but it's just about gathered. The Oratory was sniffing around for another intercept, but in the end they ended up putting a high tackle in. And there might be a bit of space here on the right-hand side. A good draw on the 2-on-1 will do it. They find the space. The cover in behind actually was really nicely timed. Ipswich having to keep the ball in, and guess who's there to tidy up? It's Griffin. He's been all over this game. And now roommate Tabloa takes it up almost to halfway. Griffin, is he going to go for a fourth all on his own out here? Oh, no, he's going to put a lovely offload in. They could well be away for a fourth, could they? No! Oh, what a brilliant bit of cover work from Nisbet Hadaway.
Yeah, great desperation, just manages to dislodge the ball, gives it a bit of a slap down. A really good decision, because I think if he waited any more, then the attacker would have drifted away from him and they would have been in the corner.
It was a real now or never situation on the tackle, wasn't it? And that's half time. The Oratory with a very, very impressive first half. Callum Griffin in particular with the hat-trick for a 17-0 lead here at half-time against Ipswich. The Oratory then ready to kick off. 17 points to the good here against Ipswich as we start the second half. Ipswich in the blue, the Oratory tapping it back to regather the kickoff. It's as though they've made a few changes at half-time as well. Mikey Hennessy, the director of rugby at the Oratory. A few bigger bodies on the field by the looks of things. But it looks like the first meaningful action is going to be a scrum to Ipswich.
Set.
Marnie looks like he wants to run that little Johnny Sexton loop, does so. But it's a massive tackle from the Oratory. Ipswich do well to keep possession on their side.
Backward.
Bouncing ball, tidied up by Dyke.
such a shame somebody wasn't just a little bit flatter, recognised that the defence had flown up and the ball over the top was the right option.
Just needed someone bursting onto it. Dmitriev, we saw him score that direct try earlier on, but we could be on for a... Didn't realise there was a sweeper in there. Should have had my eyes up. He was right in front of me. The Oratory poached that one, do they? No.
Pass and on. Pass first, then on.
Illegally in at that ruck. And Ipswich will have the penalty.
Yeah, it was a good body position, but he'd gone past the ball and put his hands on the floor. So it's deemed as not supporting your own body weight.
There is that big man, Albert Dmitriev, going direct, and there's space on the right-hand side. No, there isn't. We're going to come back.
Yeah, it's just those final moments. We spoke about it in the first half, you know, recognising when or when not to give the offload. Don't need to force it, especially when the opposition are under pressure. You've got them on the back foot, you've got possession, they're under pressure. You can recycle the ball and then look to play on the next phase. It's so hard to defend your line 5 metres out with space either side of defenders. It's just about being patient and taking your moment.
The Oratory then, loose pass on their own try line. They're going to need to get away from it, and they do manage to.
Tackle!
Ipswich almost turning that one into a maul, and then a huge counter ruck. It's actually really well tidied up by the Oratory, because that was a threatening position. They're going to keep trying to play away from their own try line.
Talk about the running volume in games being hard on the legs and the lungs, but the physicality that these boys are putting in, the tackles, getting back on your feet, that absolutely saps it out of you. And nobody is having any mercy on each other.
Come to me, 16. 16.
Well, I was having a conversation the other day with a lad who used to play a lot of rugby but has now decided that marathon running is the way to go. And he'd been forced into playing another game because someone was short somewhere. But he was talking about exactly that there's a real difference between fitness and rugby fitness, and that ability to get up and down after a big physical hit and all the rest of it is not the same thing as being able to just run up and down a pitch.
Oh no, you know, you recognise it when you see the elite playing, these incredible athletes and sprinters. You bring in some form of contact element and they're absolutely gassed. Whereas they could sprint all day long, but then you throw in the element of contact and it becomes a whole different ball game.
It certainly does, and winning that ball game at the moment, oh, the Oratory. Another try. Neatly worked down the right-hand side. And it's a 22-0 lead now. Down a man as well. Conversion strikes the upright. Drop kicks, never easy.
Yeah, just great spot. Recognises it's a two-man tackle. The player on the outside is also involved in the tackle and the cover's not come across, so spots the gap and then backs himself to get there. Great vision, just keeping your head up.
An impressive display this from the Oratory. Oh, that's a big physical bump that from Ipswich.
Play on! Balls out!
They are enjoying the rugby out here.
Tackle!
The Oratory, 4 tries, looking for a 5th. That's a big high hanging one. He's done well to get the rib cage back down in time there before the tackle came in. That's the Oratory man. But it's a huge counter ruck, and that's brilliant defensive effort just to gather that loose ball, and he could well be rewarded even further. He's herring towards the try line in a foot race that he's going to win. The Oratory and Adema Imoran, defensive effort and then attacking opportunism and great pace for a 5th try for the Oratory.
Yeah, they're just playing with such confidence now. Moving the ball to the outside channels, having a go. even when under all sorts of pressure, keep their composure, reset, go again.
And actually, that's a real example of that fitness that we were talking about earlier, because he's dived full length almost over a sort of breakdown that had disintegrated to save this. And where many people would just go, right, job done, I'm a bit tired now. He's looked up, spotted a gap and put in a 50-metre sprint.
Yeah, exactly. It all starts with that diving for the ball, securing possession, the will to want to work and to get on the floor and get the ball. But then that thought, right, back to my feet, what's my next job? How do I then go forward this time? And then it opens up for him and then he finishes so strongly, just backing up his effort.
27-0, the Oratory lead. It has been so impressive from the Reading side. What can Ipswich do? Can they get a score at least, just to finish things off here? Pass given perhaps just a touch too early, but they might make something of it yet. Oh, that's wizardry. Absolute wizardry. And Ipswich have their try.
Oh, it was a brilliant, well-worked try. First started off down the right-hand side, really good carry. And then because Oratory were on the back foot, the midfield actually flew up, which allowed the step to go inside, then offload, find some space on the outside, and then finished in fine form, stepping left to right. See here, flyer in the midfield just allows them to step up, so that one attacker's taken out two defenders, maybe giving the ball a little bit too early, but slipping off tackles. Their lack of communications, 3 players around the ball carrier, but nobody nominating who's tackling. And he goes in the corner, and a well-worked try to finish the game for them.
It's like a skier going downhill with a ski school in front of him, darting this way and that. As we move towards the final 2 games of this group stage of the Gordon School Floodlit Sevens. Full time in this one, the Oratory 27, Ipswich 5, and we are straight back into it with Worth against Gordon's, the hosts. The penultimate game in this group stage. After that one, it will be the Oratory back on field again against Eaton College, and then we will be into the semi-finals, and the first of those semi-finals will be up at 8:15 here on the live stream. Before all that though, these final 2 group games, and it's Worth up against the hosts, Gordon's.
If anything comes over to you, just tell him, yeah? Contest, then backward. There you go.
Gordon's with an early opening here. Gordon's, by the way, for those of you that haven't been following along all day, are in the sort of dark green on the near side, playing from right to left. Worth in those blue and gold hoops, playing from left to right. A shout out to the referees today, just having their ref mics adjusted, I think. A big old team of them, operating as teams of 3 as well.
Yeah, I've got you now.
Always handy. Certainly beats having the likes of me running a flag up and down the touchline, I tell you.
Set!
Unless you're on my team, you get an extra 5 yards for every line out. It's very handy. Worth. We saw some real attacking flair last time they were on this pitch, and we're seeing some early on here. Flying down the left-hand side as he hauled down early. He's got enough momentum to get across the line. Worth and Christian Cares-Thomas with a fantastic start here.
He came from absolutely nowhere. I don't think he'd recognise the little dart that the 9 had gone in, but he had pace to get there well and well to make up for it. But a cracking start, forced the error from Gordon's to earn the opportunity off the scrum, and then attacked it with pace, power, just letting the ball do the work, putting it into the space, putting it into the danger man. And that was a brave effort to dive for the corner as well defensively. Might have winded himself in the back corner. But here just darts down the left-hand side, right-hand side of the screen, keeps the ball alive, shifts it across, and then look at this, out of nowhere, beautiful ball coming onto it. That's what you want. You want your players hitting onto the ball. And he manages his momentum, takes him over in the end.
Time you run, fellas.
Absolute wheels down that left-hand side. And there is not much of a better sight in rugby than someone absolutely hammering onto the ball at full tilt, and at full tilt here. Oh, ball doesn't quite get a hand. Gordons and Theo Curry almost responding perfectly, but the intercept coming in at the death. Poor old Curry had put an absolute shift in to get to within a couple of meters, and when he unselfishly gave the offload away, he'd be kicking himself and not going himself.
Yeah, but you have to commend the number 9 on the big man. Didn't give up, grabbed hold of his shirt, which actually forced him to make the decision to pass the ball.
Gordons have the ball back in their possession, tempting the defenders out the line, but then the pass doesn't quite go to hand. But that's what those big wide passes can do, isn't it? It tempts the defender out, and suddenly if you can get just a half a break on that man, there's space around them.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, your skills are so scrutinised in sevens. You've got to be on the money. Such a good pass into his hands, and then just let his hands off the end when he went to make his pass.
Worth scrum. First receiver's given himself a lot of space to take this one, although as I say that, he comes creeping up. It's a huge scrum from Gordons. Powering through and getting the turnover for it. Cutting back on the inside they go. It's a hard line to cover.
Held.
But he just wanted a bit more than he'd been given.
Yeah, sometimes you just, even if you haven't been held, just quick release of the ball, get back to your feet, then pick it back up again. It's always such a bit of a grey area wherever you've been held, wherever you haven't.
Is that something that's starting to get coached a bit more, that sort of quick release on the floor? Because obviously it's not that long ago that it wasn't really a feature in the game. But nowadays it's a sort of key part of every contact decision.
Yeah, I think, you know, you want players to have, you know, good decisions around those tackle area breakdown. So giving them more opportunity to do so, and you know, thinking about when you get isolated, you know you can't double roll, you know you can't hold on to the ball, so what else can you do? Okay, get back to your feet, release the ball.
Gordons, they're going to strike back, and they're going to strike back through Gabriel Idisohan. Playing tonight with his twin brother for Gordons and having a try for his efforts.
Well, it's great to see him get the ball in a little bit of space. When he's been getting the ball, he's been marked really, really well. I think they were suggesting to him to take the conversion then. He wasn't having any of it, but brilliant run on the outside. Still had a defender to beat, but that's all any winger wants, just a simple one-on-one on the outside. We talked earlier about a bouncing ball. You see the defender watch the ball bounce, now he's planted, and that's when you can then go and take on the opposition. Quick step on the outside, and then everybody knew that he had wheels, so nobody was chasing him back.
Gordon's back in the hunt. In fact, Gordon's in front, 7 points to 5. Big tackle comes in, and this crowd absolutely loves a big tackle here in front of us.
Yeah, there's a strong crowd out for Gordons, and you can just see a little bit of worse body language on the back of that try. And then not nominated under that restart, just going a little bit quiet.
Fine.
Harrison Dodd, the scrum half, has been a threat all day. I'm interested to see what he can do off this scrum. Where pops out the tunnel, does it? Yeah, the referee says that. But with big Theo Curry at tight head and the buzzing Harrison Dodd, you just fancy if this ball can get wide, there's an opportunity for him to really challenge some defenders and pick a few holes out.
He's just good at just making decisions, you know, knowing that that's going down a blind alley, so pulls out of it. Just really patient. Not looking to engage until he sees a spot or a gap.
Got to come round.
I think what's really noteworthy about him as well is that he quickly reloads and gets himself in a position to receive the ball again once he's given it away.
Yeah, he's looking for work. He's, you know, makes the pass, reloads, assesses. Oh, look at this acceleration through the contact there. That was a brilliant step on the right foot.
Well, if Harrison Dodd's been good, Ben Webb has not been far behind. Huge step off the right and the pace to finish.
Half time.
Yeah, it's been excellent play, the both of them. But Ben Webb, we've seen him with a no-look pass this evening, and now he's got showing the fancy footwork as well. Great step, but there he's still accelerating away. It's not the same pace. He's still getting away from the defenders. He's got 3 players to beat. It's a lovely finish.
Certainly was, and it gives his team with the conversion a 14 points to 5 lead at half-time. Gordon's on top here against Worth. Worth then get it started for this second half. Big contest in the air from the restart. Worth led 5 points to 0, but 2 Gordon scores has given them a 14-5 lead. Crucial game here as we move towards the end of the group stage. In fact, just one more game to come in the group stage, and it's up next. Here on pitch 1, the Oratory against Eaton College coming up after this one, as Gordons get a yellow card and a chance here for Worth to take it to their advantage and close that gap up.
Play on, play on.
Probing and looking for a little bit of space. They've created an overlap if they can make it count. Cover comes in, that's outstanding work.
Yeah, it's really smart play, knowing that the sideline's there, so if they take him out, then they get possession back, they can wind down a bit of the clock.
And the patience not to bite in. The temptation must have been there for all of those defenders to sort of step in and make the tackle, but they all managed to hold off.
Yeah, when you're a player down, you've got to work and use the touch lines as your defenders even more so. So just staying connected, forcing them to an outside, so then you can reconnect and then actually make a dominant contact. But that's a rare mistake you see from Dodd there.
I thought his arm had gone the other way, the referee, at first, but clearly just hadn't got the arm out in time. So a chance here for Worth. Scrum half putting it in on the opposite side.
Set.
So have a look perhaps for him having a dart down the blind side. Unfortunately for him, it's squirted out the back of the scrum. Otherwise, judging by the way his eyes were going, he had that big blind side in his sights. Could be some space to the right, but the referee decides Gordons were offside. So it's a penalty Worth and a try for Worth as they go quick from it. And they're going to narrow themselves surely with the conversion to within 2 points.
A minute on the bin, lads.
That's exactly what you want to do. You want to maximise your opportunity when the opposition's got a player down. Maybe not the right decision to dart right initially, but then they recycle the ball really well. With a player down, there's got to be some big space somewhere, and that makes you creep offside defensively. And then simple route one, opposition backing off.
And I would tell you who scored, but 14 is the only number we've got unallocated on the Worth team sheet. A good try nonetheless, though. And just 2 points behind, but Gordons are looking to extend that advantage, and Gordons are going to extend that advantage. Great pace once again down the left-hand side. And once again, the try scorer is the twin, Gabriel. It is Sohan.
Take a bow as he just did. His celebration was brilliant. But signs of good teams, you know, don't let things faze them. They've got a player in the bin, they've just been scored against, and then their next job mentality is the focus. And they get it out to the speedster yet again. Again, Ben Webb all involved, 2 hands, pump on the ball, manages to get the little basketball offload up over the top, and he just stretches his legs and then says thank you everybody for watching.
He took the ball under pressure, and within about 3 or 4 strides he knew he was scoring. Lewis Rees-Zammit for Gloucester the other night, and Gordons with their tails up now, buzzing around, gathering the kickoff, looking for a chance. Webb starting to have more and more of an influence on this game, and a delicious offload out the back that's just drifted forward.
Oh, it's such a shame. Would have been such a lovely try. A lovely little skill set back door.
I still think there should be an amnesty on forward passes if it's a party piece skill.
Maybe you get 3 points if you score from it instead of the 5.
Exactly.
Crap!
We need to get you making the laws at World Rugby. That's the sort of thing we want to be hearing. Worth. A bit of chasing to do now. Exploring the outside now, looking back on the inside.
Backwards, play on!
Ball is bouncing around everywhere. Backwards for both sides, says the referee. So Worth will have a little dabble, throw a dummy. All a bit rushed and harried there, but they stay with it in their possession. Now they get a clean offload away, and now there's a bit of space, and through they go. All about the gas now. Has he got it? He's going to get there, is he? Yes, he is. It's his second try of the game. His first was just a couple of moments ago from 2 inches away. This one from 80 yards away. Both of them equally satisfying for Worth.
Yeah, it was a really good response. You know, initially everybody was a little bit flat, wasn't really going anywhere, stepping from side to side. But then a little bit of depth, running onto the ball, suddenly creates indecision from the defence. And then it opens up for him to get through. See, a little step, show and go. Just a little bit indecisive, and then just watch. He just comes from a little bit of depth, and then he can pick his moment to attack the space. And great pace to finish.
Another try where within 3 yards he's almost up to full speed. Not something I can say for myself too often. Worth turn that one over. 2 points behind. Can they take the lead? Cutting back inside. There's a little bit of space there. They need support there. Oh, is that being blocked off? The referee says it's okay. It's clean ball. Big pass came in. Stepping back inside of Worth, going for the try line. They're going to take the lead. A rapid turnaround from Worth. George Mellick, the scorer.
Well, we talked earlier about the drive-saving tackle when they had 6 men on the pitch, not biting in, just being patient. I think in the midfield, Ben Webb just came out the line bit, which then gave him the overlap on the right-hand side. You just feel that their tails are up at the moment and they've got momentum.
From being a score behind, it's a dramatic last play victory for Worth against the hosts, who we'd been speaking about off air about how impressive they'd been. But Worth prove a match for them and come out on top. And how crucial could that be in the shake-up for these cup semi-final places? Full time, Worth 26, Gordon's 21. And the final game of these group stages is coming up next. It's the Oratory against Eaton College. Then we've got a bit of a break and we'll be into the semi-finals. Final score, Worth 26, Gordon's 21. Final game of these group stages then, the Oratory kick-off to Eaton College in the blue quarters. I think I've got an Oratory fan in front of me. He's giving it plenty. The Oratory have been really impressive actually in the games we've seen from them so far, as indeed have Eaton College. Been involved in some real tight contests. Losing out just to Wellington College, but then coming storming back for a couple of victories.
Bind. Set.
But that man in possession for the Oratory, Callum Griffin, scored a hat-trick the last time we saw him. What's he got in store for us
Yeah, thank you.
here in this one?
I'll take it next time.
Eaton fizzing the ball across the field. Not quite sure where they're going here. It's done about 360 degrees there, but
Surprised he's not dizzy.
8 high.
recovers though to make the tackle, or does he not? 10, I think the referee's going to say, and it's a yellow card. It's a big 10, but the Oratory have a chance here. A bit of depth on it to start the attack, and it's a good step off the right foot and across the line. Well, he had almost no right to score that one.
Yeah, 2 players marking him. But a good option. You would have thought go direct, route 1, 5 metres out, but they shift it to the outside, knowing that defenders are going to be screaming across with a player just been put in the sin bin.
Callum Forsyth, the man who did the job one-on-one on the outside there. Conversion. Oh, whacks a coach on the backside. That's one way of stopping them getting a team talk in.
It's just good vision, isn't it? Just looks over the top, sees that it's crowded with blue shirts, puts it out on the outside. Lovely step here, and then just keeps leg driving. Can't tackle with shirts. You've got to get them around the legs.
Yeah, it took some finishing, didn't it? Kick doesn't go 10. So Eaton with a free kick on the halfway. scrum half there. We've seen some good play from him in the earlier games. Interesting to see what he can do for his side here. Eaton going to hit back right away, are they? Bundled into touch, were they, or is it the try? The referee and his touch judge are going to have a little chat, I think. Eaton look confident, they're trotting back. Try awarded. He's done fantastically well to stay in field there.
Right in the corner, please.
Dainty footwork from the outside man for Eaton.
Lads, your yellow's back on, yeah?
And a fast response to going from behind. Another skew whiff kick. But what a finish this was.
Yeah, it was lovely. The way that he takes the ball in one hand, really soft and casual. Just from this, 2 hands on the ball, manages to point 2 defenders. Catches it with one hand, backs himself. Could have given the offload, but knew that he had the strength and the power to get over.
Time it, Eaton.
He's done really well because his handoff almost, the momentum from it almost bundled him closer to the touchline. He's had to counterbalance himself just to stay in field.
Here's your mark.
Line
Lads,
out
someone in the
Eaton.
tunnel, please.
5 points apiece. Goes over the top though, stolen by the Oratory. Offload out the back.
6
Big
away.
tackle comes
Good
in
work.
from Eaton. Griffin had a look left, but now comes back to the right-hand side. Dummy scissors, don't think it was bought, so they'll keep going around the right-hand side. Ball back in, those intercepted by Eaton, and there could be a sniff of a chance here if they can get the ball away. That's a lovely offload off the floor. Eaton under all sorts of pressure in defence, trying to look for a gap. Scrum half finds one, gets a delicious offload out the back. Now we've got some space on the right-hand side. Bit of gas down the right, needs to step in field. Instead goes to the big old challenge.
Wellington away, Oratory away.
Keeps the ball in possession, and the try scorer again with another of those big fens down that right-hand touchline. Gets himself across for his second try in as many minutes.
Yeah.
I think he's been positioned down that side of the field for that left-hand fend. What an impressive skill set on display. The lovely backdoor pass, pinpoint accuracy out the back whilst you're being tackled.
Just over a minute.
We've had no-look passes, we've had swan dives, we've had interception. It's been absolutely class this evening so far.
And that try, another one that sort of goes to the point we were talking about earlier with bouncing balls, although this time it's not a bouncing ball, it's just that they look as though they're under real pressure and attack, and the defence sense an opportunity, all come sort of flooding up to try and make that turnover deep in the opposition territory, and then that allows a bit of space for the scrum half to just create carnage.
Yeah, it's probably one play you don't want to be completely isolating because they've got the skill set to be able to shift the ball. But it's the vision, isn't it? And it's the ability to be able to see what's outside him to put the ball there as well as execute the skill.
That one just spilled for the Oratory, so we'll have a scrum to Eaton, which is going to be pretty close to the last play of this first half. Eaton, well, they were 5-0 down, they're now 12-5 up. Enjoying themselves out here.
Good work. Lads, don't come through early again, please. That's your warning. Give me one more. Thank you. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Really good ball off that scrum for Eaton. They're going to have an explore down the right-hand side, and there could be a bit of space. Drift is coming across, but not across fast enough as Eaton get across for their third try of the game, and it's another try down that right-hand channel. A different try scorer this time, but that same part of the field. And Eaton, having had a tough start to the game with a try against and a yellow card, have come absolutely exploding back into this one. And a very tasty conversion from the touchline as well. But this is just great gas around that outside.
Yeah, it's impressive. You know, the centre probably should have closed him down a little bit earlier, because it gives the winger a lot of work to do. He's got 2 players that he would have been marking. But a lovely little switch in the midfield is what probably gave him just half a gap to get to. And then just the simple finish on the outside.
3 tries to 1 then in Eaton College's favour. At half-time, it's Eaton College 19, the Oratory 5.
Time it, fellas. Always in front, 18.
Back underway then, Eaton not going 10 with the kick. So the Oratory with the first chance to try and narrow this gap. Eaton making a real mess of their ball though and getting a penalty, and they're going to go fast from it. Another try here, and it's a very, very big hole for the Oratory to dig themselves out of. I thought they were going to get away with it there, but it was a forward pass, I think. We're going to come back for it.
I wonder what the Oratory half-time talk was. Let's be direct, let's get support with one another. Bring some physicality against Eaton.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Second time straight through. Second time.
Penalty, early drive from the Oratory. Harder to get away with in 7s and in 15s, the early drive. Eaton can afford to be patient and bide their time here. And then when the gap appears, go charging through it. And that is exactly what they've done. 4 tries for Eaton. A first try this second half. And they are absolutely flying.
And moments like that is where sometimes it's okay to go backwards. You know, they were being patient. They were waiting for a moment, waiting for an opportunity to open up for them. And then he didn't take a second asking. As soon as he saw half a gap, half an inch to get through, put his head down.
Conversion not quite what they were after, but it was all about the try here.
And it's just waiting for his team to get back behind him. Let's just settle and just see the defender just knock off slightly, which invites him into the space.
Lovely solo effort there. And what can the Oratory do? 5 minutes left to go. 19 points they need. But it only takes a few seconds to score a try in 7s. There is time for them, but they're going to need to start scoring quick, and they're going to need to keep their discipline, because every penalty is ball in Eaton College's hands. And the Oratory hadn't retreated 10, and their task is going to get that much harder. A yellow card. And we've seen all night that the referees are going to punish that every single time with a yellow card.
Yeah, you just need to keep retreating. If the player runs into you, just try and get back 10 soon enough, because it's punishing so many teams this evening for something that's so simple to get right.
And I guess it's one of those where you've got to work with the referee a little bit. You've got to make him aware that you're making every effort.
Yeah, exactly. You've got referees, they want to manage a flowing game. So as long as you're communicating correctly and at the right times to them, they're going to give you the benefit of the doubt most of the time.
Clear your side, Dean. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Eaton. Unusual technique to get the ball into the scrum, but it does the job. Ball comes out. And the try scorer is going to put his foot down again. Had a look for the pass on the outside and thought, you know what, I'll step in and I think I can do this all myself. And in the space of a couple of minutes, he's put in about 200 metres of flat out sprinting. 2 tries for that man there on your screen. 5 tries for Eaton and a very healthy lead indeed.
Just looks really effortless, doesn't he, when he's running with the ball. Just waiting for an option, sizing it up. And I've spoken about it on a number of games. Just players that have the ball in 2 hands. It just questions the opposition. It questions the defenders. Is he going to pass? Is he going to run? Is he going to kick? Tucks it there. 2 hands again. Then just it might only be a split second, but that's what gives you the advantage, and that's what gives you the opening towards the try line.
Yeah, it was a glorious, glorious solo effort once again. He is enjoying himself out here. And with just a couple of minutes left to go, it's a long old road back for the Oratory.
Lads, take the line, please. Just take the line. Happy days. Lads, give me 2, please.
At the end of this game, there's going to be about a 10-minute break.
On the assistant.
And then we'll be into the knockout stages. 8:15, the cup semi-final here on the live stream. On the other pitch, the other semi-final will be going on. And then we'll have the cup final.
Just lost forwards in the line out, scrum down.
Wellington College, the reigning champions, who will win the 2023
Crouch.
crown.
Bind.
We don't have too long to find out. Less than an hour, in fact. Penalty Eaton College. 31-5 they lead. They'll fancy another one though. There's a bit of space down the right-hand side and they step back in, 2 steps back in. Huge pass out. There is space out there on the left-hand side. Oh, it's great handling from the 4 there. And now a bit of space on the left. And a 6th try of the game for Eaton College. And that one, an absolutely lovely one. Something for everyone in that.
I'll have a look for it.
It's always a sign of a good team when they keep backing up their efforts and their try-scoring ability. They've gone through them, they've gone round them, they've gone over them. Eaton have really grown throughout the tournament this evening, haven't they?
Yeah, it was a hard game for them to open up with, but they persevered throughout. And this has been an absolutely glorious performance.
Just keeping the ball alive, keeping it away from going down and allowing the defence to get set, just shifting it across. And this is a strong finish. Almost just gets him, but he still manages to keep his balance as he cartwheels over.
He's done well to keep a hold of the ball in one hand as he's almost upside down at one point there. But that is it. Eaton College get the win against the Oratory, 36 points to 5. The group stages are all over. We're into the knockouts at 8:15 with that cup semi-final. We'll be back with you very shortly to update you on who's in that cup semi-final, because we know as much as you do at this stage. So we'll go and find out, and then we'll be there very shortly. And so you rejoin us for the semi-finals of the Gordon School Floodlit Sevens. Brighton College against Eaton College on this pitch. Wellington College against Worth on the other pitch. Brighton College topped their pool. Eaton College, who we've seen plenty of today, came second in theirs. But can they get the better of Brighton College here in this semi-final? They're certainly on the attack early on, although that one has just strayed forward, so it'll be a Brighton College scrum. Brighton, well, Rachel, we saw Brighton way back when in the very first game of the day, and they looked good, but a lot can change in that time.
Yeah, no, I think that was a really good first foot race that we saw down the right-hand side.
Okay, boys, stability,
I think,
please.
you know, both teams would have learned so much throughout the pool stages, but they all know what's on the line right now, so it's going to be critical, their decision-making, their execution, and their game management.
Straight through.
Eaton, well, we've seen plenty of them, almost every single one of their group games, in fact. Such has been the luck of the draw for them. It's a bit of a scrappy start, and maybe a few nerves in this semi-final, both sides making a couple of relatively basic mistakes in such a high-level competition at this point. Although it has got a bit cold, I suppose, as well.
Yeah, but it's knockout rugby now, you know. They know that if they don't win this game, they've got no more games to play, and they're all gunning to be in that final and play for the trophy. Sevens is one thing, being physical, but it's also a mental game as well, and being able to handle the pressure in these kind of knockout games.
Brighton College looking to make an early mark. Finding a bit of space down the right-hand side. They are going to make an early mark. And it's the scrum half, George Williams. A fantastic ferreting run down that right-hand side and an opening score for the South Coast men in this semi-final.
Eaton, step out, please. Eaton.
Conversion's going to be all important as well. In these knockout games, every single point is important. It's a great effort. It's not gone through, but from that position, an indication to Eaton that any tries they do concede, they're going to need to force Brighton out wide.
Yeah, it was really good from Brighton, you know. Big scrum, manages to come off it 9, doesn't keep hold of it. And it's just power through the middle. Lovely backdoor offload, little show and go. And then just the power of the handoff to get away from the defender. Hopefully that should settle Brighton now.
It's a popular way to score down in that far right-hand side. A big old fend and then accelerate away to the try line. We've seen a few like it, and I'm sure we'll see a couple more. Eaton trying to respond quickly.
Tackle 5 away. Good work, 5.
Looking to find a gap in this Brighton College defence. Finding a half of one, but they do really well actually to recover and get back into position to Brighton College. Good offload off the floor from Eaton though, and there's the danger man, the scrum half. Got a real eye for a gap, and then good intelligence just to tread water a little bit.
Good work, 2. Well done,
To wait for the support. Lost a bit of territory, but kept possession crucially. Have Eaton. An early warning sign from Brighton College that the Eaton scrum half is a man to look out for, but that's great work to earn the penalty for Brighton. Ethan Dando has it in his hands now. He shifts it out to the try scorer Williams. Williams has another go himself. Can he get away? Yes, he can. 2 tries for George Williams. 2 tries for Brighton College, and they are off to a flyer in this cup semi-final.
Again, 2 tries come from 2 errors from Eaton. Gifted the ball back to Brighton, and they come alive when they got the ball in hand. They want to move the ball, they want to play.
Conversion is an absolute cracker as well.
It's just lack of urgency to the breakdown. Gives them the penalty, and they want to play quickly, move the ball to the outside channels.
That's accurate, yeah.
And again, just 2 hands on the ball, shaping like he's going to pass, which just makes the outside defender drift off slightly to give them a better angle to run into. But some promising signs from Eaton as well, some good play up the middle. They're not out of this yet.
Yeah, the scrum half already showing that he can be a threat. And plenty of other threats in this Eaton College side as well, but Brighton and Williams again, well, I tell you what, he's having an impact on this game. Two tries, and then bundles his opposite man into touch here on the left-hand side.
Well, Brighton actually get really narrow off the restart, and then they go into the drop-off drift defence, and clearly a key defender for them, puts him on the edge, and he just reads it so well.
You happy with the straight?
Now they ship it out to the far side. Bit of a foot race.
Scrum advantage.
Ball is offloaded forwards.
Always under
There's
pressure.
going to be no advantage
That's
there, so I think we're
hilarious.
going to come back
Lost forwards.
for the scrum down.
I think the referee manager got taken out in that tackle as well.
Everyone loves to see that.
But what a fascinating foot race down that right-hand side. We've talked about the number 11 all pool games, about his raw pace in attack,
Crouch.
but switching it on in defence as well when it was critical.
Bind. Set.
Big scrum from Brighton College, and they get a penalty for their efforts.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Mark's here. Standing up in the
Williams, the
scrum.
scrum half, wants to get on that straight away. Oh, it's a little trick play. Back to the short side, and a third try for Brighton College. They are bang on it here.
Good smart thinking, wasn't it? We've seen that done already once today down that short side. Just everyone stacks left, looks like they're going to play to the open side, and then just a late cut back.
That's the sky, that's the ground.
Tom Gadimi, I think it was, that scuttled over. Pre-planned move, do you think, or do you think that was just off the cuff?
I reckon they've got that in their locker. Here's just the pressure from the scrum. No scrum eps, but obviously the referee saying that they're standing up through it. But great.
Ref does well to get out the way, to be fair to him.
Yeah, that is also another challenge, isn't it?
Tom Saunders it was, by the way, the try scorer. My mistake earlier on. Brighton's restart runs dead, and that's the pitfall of these artificial surfaces that sometimes people don't necessarily notice, is that the ball does run and run and run. So if you get it too straight when you kick, you do run the risk of it running dead. Eaton are going to need a quick response here. 19-0 down. They've barely had a touch, really.
Chismo's ball is out. You're fine, but you need to stay on your feet, please. The ball is out, but you need to stay on your feet.
Just defensively, Brighton just not engaging, just sitting off, waiting for them to come in, knowing that ball carrier's likely to get isolated, then going for that jackal over the ball.
Eaton then attacking a little more direct. And as you say, the first time they decide to go for a compete straight away, they rip away the ball, and Williams says, do you know what, we've got 19-0 lead, we're in our own half, I'm just going to stick this one out and we'll have a half-time break. Half-time here in the Cup semi-final at the Gordon School Floodlit Sevens. It's Brighton College 19, Eaton College 0. Seeing as it's the Cup semi-final, we might as well have a little chat through it, because it's only going to be 30 seconds or so. Rachel, if you're Eaton at this point at half-time, what are the sort of conversations that you'd want to be hearing in there?
Well, I think it comes down to discipline and possession. You know, when they've had moments, they haven't looked after the ball particularly well. Brighton have been managing the contact, been drifting from left to right. Be really direct with them. Their drift defence, cut a few angles back against them, pull them out of shape. You know, when you move the ball to the outside channels, it's actually quite easy to defend when you're connected. So actually running square, being really straight, and then cutting some different angles can then pull them out. They've got a really talented group of players. Got some real X factor within there. It's just, if you can keep hold of the ball, then you can create opportunities and chances for yourselves.
And conversely, I suppose if you're Brighton College, it's just more of the same. Stay calm, don't get too ahead of yourselves.
Yeah, they've been really clinical, both in attack and in defence, and I think the tempo that they brought to the game has really caught Eaton off guard. So what you don't want to do is sit back and think that the game is done because you've got a healthy lead and it's felt comfortable. They've definitely got to push on, because we've seen Eaton come back in many games. We've seen the way of a bounce of a ball, a loose kick or a loose pass, an intercept can really turn the game on its head, so they need to stay on it.
Eaton, time it, please. Time on.
Well, it feels like a bit of a cliche to say, but cliches are there for a reason. But the next score here is going to be very, very important. If Eaton can get it, they might just be able to work their way back into this. But a try for Brighton College, and it is a long, long way back for Eaton. And Eaton on the ball to begin this second half. And they do something with it now. It just went forward.
But a bright start. The restarts this evening have been excellent. Plenty of competing in the air, catching on the fall, with some tries scored from them as well. You can see every team wants the intent to get the ball back and to play with it nice and early. There, the pressure on from Brighton, just forcing them to try and move the ball quickly before their ribs get completely taken out.
Bind.
I suppose it's the side of sevens that means you can completely dominate the ball, is that if you can control the restart, you can essentially just have a game where the opposition just never gets a chance to touch the ball. Best way to have a bit of defence is never to give away the ball.
Exactly that. You'll see at international level, you know, the best in the world, the Fiji, USA, as soon as they can win to compete the ball, possession is king. And let's be honest, not many people enjoy defending in a sevens pitch, so the more you got the ball, the more enjoyable it can be.
Certainly don't. I reckon we could list them on one hand. Brighton College enjoying attacking on this sevens pitch, though that one just spilled. It'll be a penalty to Eaton. Brighton College, the man gathering that spilled ball, was ahead of it. Eaton going direct. Right there, fast.
Yeah, fast, but I didn't think they were 10 initially. But yeah, they're just very good at those double tackles, allowing one player to make the tackle and then the next one straight in over the ball.
Dando, the captain, to Williams, the double try scorer, out to the right wing here. Well dealt with by Eaton. Williams gets his hands on again, and now Dando again as well. Playing with such a fluid, casual manner almost. Brighton at the moment, and they're finding the space with it. That offload goes to the outside man, and he finds a way across the line. I was waiting to say he'd been bundled into touch, but he did ever so well to stay in field and get across the line, and a 4th try for Brighton. And the cup final is staring them in the face now.
Yeah, they're definitely pulled away in this second half, but they had to work for that one. Eaton not giving up right to the end as you're getting tackled over the line. Tackled by the bootlaces on the right-hand side of the pitch, but they managed to recycle it to the left-hand side.
Keelan Farrell's conversion just short. But he has been one of the better kickers today. You see this again.
Okay, boys, big push now. 3.5 to go.
It all looks so casual right up until they got into the danger zone.
Yeah, often, you know, the ball is what can do the work. You don't need to do so much going right to the line or big footwork or big carries. Just move the ball left to right. And that's tiring in defence.
Eaton then looking to see if they can get that first score. The infield kick, and there's a bit of space there. It's a foot race for it. Who's going to get there? I think Eaton have got there. They have indeed. It's the scrum half. And he's in a hurry, and quite rightly so.
On the line, please. Thank you.
I mean, fair play getting that ball down.
That was like a trip back to the 1990s, the big infield kick.
Just lovely hands. Look, just puts pace onto the ball, stays nice and square, manages to get the offload. But look at both of them flooding through support. And the number 9, we've seen this ball roll dead so many times this evening. But the good, strong control to get the ball down before going out. It's great work.
Fantastic work, as you say, and timely as well, just as they conceded. Still a long road back, but it was important to score right away. But Brighton College looking to respond pretty fast as well themselves, up to about the halfway line.
Backwards.
Gardini it was. Williams now in possession, out to Dando. Dando moves it wide further. Farrell now puts his ears back on the left-hand side, and away he goes. Keelan Farrell, well, he can go from 0 to 100 in about 3 footsteps. And he just tore them to shreds down that left-hand side. Once again, it was just simple, fluid passing, waiting for the space. And then Farrell, well, I don't even know if there was space. I think he just decided, I'm going, and went.
Thank you. We'll keep time running.
Even with a bouncing ball, they're just really composed, really calm. No one's trying to do too much. Just get the ball to the speedster. I mean, it is well covered, but, you know, game 6 of the evening, tired bodies. You're up against it. And suddenly a step on the inside and he gets away.
Just over a minute.
And I guess when someone has that much pace, you're always liable to almost over chase because you're so worried about getting done on the outside.
Yeah, exactly. That's where that over chase comes from, is that you're concerned on the outside. And really good attackers recognise that from defenders and step back in and exploit your weakness there.
Stop release, good work.
Nothing quite like pace, so I'm told.
I think it's the best gift to have.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having it. That's for sure. Gets you out of all sorts of bother.
Exactly. You can make mistakes, but you've got pace to make up for it.
3
So
away, good work. Backwards.
Eaton trying to find a way back. Brighton are just making life so hard for them.
and they're giving them no room to breathe at all. Every time there's a pass in the air, they accelerate forward. And that just gets in the corner of your eye, and those little fumbles come in.
It strikes me as a very calm form of sevens that Brighton are playing as well, both attacking-wise and defensively. They're not in a rush to make decisions. They're just sort of happy to wait, and then once a decision's made, it's 100%. But the build-up to it is quite casual.
Yeah, I think they're just doing the simple things really well, not trying to overcomplicate it. Everybody doing their role well. And he just asked the signal from the referee whether the game is over or not.
No point wasting any extra energy for Brighton College. And quite right too, as they power through to the final here at the Gordon School Floodlit Sevens, beating Eaton College in this semi-final, 31 points to 5. They'll be playing either Wellington College or Worth up next. We're just trying to wait and find out the result from that one. I think they're shaking hands over on the far pitch. It's going to kick off in about 6 minutes' time, so not a lot of time for these two teams to recover, but we will be back with you very shortly with information on who it is that Brighton College are facing in that final. 8:40 is the kickoff for that one.
Yeah. Does it make more sense?
Hello and welcome to the Cup final here at the Gordon's Floodlit Sevens. Wellington College, the reigning champions, up against Brighton College, who we just saw in that semi-final, having an absolute stormer against Eaton College. But let me tell you, in the other Cup semi-final, Wellington College had an absolute stormer themselves, putting over 40 points on Worth. So these are two outstanding teams in this Cup final. Will it be Wellington College going back-to-back, or will it be Brighton College claiming the title here? All will be revealed over the course of the next 14 minutes. Kick doesn't go 10.
Not 10. Not 10.
Wellington with a free kick on halfway. Their first game here since way back at about 5:10 on the live stream. They've been out on that other pitch, but they're back here on the show pitch in the final. But Brighton College had the ball in hand, and it's the 2-try scorer from the semi-final, Williams. Brighton, we saw in that semi-final how calm they are, both in possession and out. They're making some inroads here, firing their way up the field. Through the hands they go. Williams, that ball doesn't quite go to hand, but he does well to get his body in the way. Gives away the penalty, but I think he'll probably say that's quite a good penalty to give away, because it would have been a real threat had it gone further. Referee, I thought the referee was going to call him over for a word, but it's because there's a player with a touch of cramp in the early stages. That's not what you want a minute into the final, is it?
No, but both teams have had quite an evening, haven't they? Playing 6 games, not much rest time between it. Don't know whether it's cramp or maybe he's twisted his knee slightly. Just when Williams got the ball, he just twisted over his own foot, I think.
Sorry, I don't need your help.
But hopefully it's nothing too serious and he can get back into it. It looks like he's going off.
Are we getting a sub?
Ben Walder, the co-captain as well, I think it is, that's going off, will be sorely missed by his teammates. Can they do the job for him? Luke Anfield kicks the ball into touch, pretty much bang on halfway. I think our cameraman might have got clattering from the ball, actually.
Ball.
They're hardy souls up there, though. They'll be all right.
No.
Short delay while we wait for a ball. Now we've got 2.
Yeah, it's crap.
Always the way.
Jesus.
Right, everyone's back in position. We're ready to go. Wellington to the back of the line out. Good, tidy line out work that. Anfield has to gather that one off his toes, but pops it up off the deck. Out to a fire now on the left wing. An early test down on that left-hand side. Worth a go just to find out what your opposite man's got. And we work the ball towards the other touchline. Big Ralph Hawker, the London Irish prop.
On the edge.
Takes that one in on the right-hand side. Wellington College
No rock.
working really hard to get the ball away from that contact area when they get in.
Arrive up next time.
And Brighton staying calm in defence. It's been their hallmark so far. Dando now makes the tackle. Goes to compete, but bails out when he realises he's not going to win it. Wellington in the hands of Anfield now. Trying to see if there's a little bit of space on this right-hand side. There isn't, so they take it into contact. Good quick ball once again. Hawker going towards the line. Hawker, has he got that one down? Yes, he has. Ralph Hawker opens the scoring here in the final. Patient build-up from Wellington College. But they have the first score.
Just this side, 12.
Definitely seeing a much improved side from when we saw them in the opening game this evening. Just being really composed with the ball, working closely in threes. When they do engage in contact, there's somebody there, or they're managing to offload it away. But just being able to spread the ball to the outside. I think when he gave him the ball, he was like, finish it. But he had some work to do. But look at the way that they look after the ball, recycle it really quick, and just the power. If you go too high, you're going to give them the opportunity to leg drive, and then it becomes so scrappy. That's a really well-worked try from Wellington.
Certainly is. It's been a notable feature of their game, I think, so far, is how well they deal with that ball when they go into contact. Well, they could be in a spot of bother here, trying to make a big impact. I think what we're going to see here is probably a penalty and a yellow card, and a chance for Brighton College to come bouncing back into this game. But as I was saying, I think what Wellington College look pretty good at in terms of the way that they're attacking is the way that they're protecting that ball, moving it away when they go to ground, or as we saw in the build-up to that try, just clearing really efficiently.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we talk about the possession, and it requires you working really tightly with support play. And when you've got somebody in and over the ruck very quickly, just secures possession, and then it stops that player coming in over the ball, and it's completely protected and allows you then to have all the confidence to move the ball away and keep retaining.
Step in, step in, step in.
And you've got more opportunities the more possession you have.
Let's go, please. Timing. Wait.
Wellington with the line out, keeping possession, a man down at the moment as Anfield dances back inside. It's the ball
Tackle!
to Casa. Dando shoots up out the line. Forces Wellington College back inside, a fire. Oh, that's lovely out the back. Brighton College, though, over the ball. That's fantastic from Jack Hewer, the vice-captain, and he goes quickly, and there could be some space out here. Dando gets it out to that far touchline. Now we know how much pace Farrell's got on the outside, and he gets the ball back to Dando, and Dando, he's looking to get it back inside, gets it inside, and Farrell's inside, and it's going to be a score as 6 men against 7, and Brighton College make it count. Wonderful handling down that right-hand side, and Brighton College are on the score sheet.
It was an important time to get the ball back, considering they only had 30 seconds left with the extra man overlap. Quick thinking from the number 5, shifts the ball, gives it to the speedster. But here, the offload to keep the ball alive, and the change of angle from the support line, that's what allows him just to get on the outside. And then number 11 backing up his effort after the first offload, getting back in support, gets them over.
Yeah, the work rate to get off the floor and get back in support. He needed all of the gas in his arsenal there to get up there. But he made it count and scored the try. Conversion was made as well. It's 7 points apiece, and we are back to 7 players all as well. A fire bounces through that tackle, finds a bit of space. He's in the open field now, one-on-one with the last man. He's going to have a little look. Decides not to try and beat the man, sets up for the next phase. Anfield now. Up to that left-hand side. Brighton College pinched the ball though, and I think it was Dando again who got over it. Dando, the captain, having a real influence. But for a second the referee had stopped things there, but I think he just had to move out the way of the stopping Brighton player as Brighton College keep it alive, keep it moving. Now to Williams, scored 2, as I said, in the semi-final. Now he's having a look back on the inside. There could be more space. He's got options every way, and now there is a bit of space. He's just going to pin his ears back and go himself. Can he get there? No, he's scragged back. Ball is retained though. Dando.
Number 6, never onside.
Was going to have a look. Looks as though he's going to have a go himself though from the penalty. Wellington were offside. Dando was quick thinking, and Dando is underneath the post. Brighton College go in front.
Yes, yes.
And Ethan Dando, the captain, well, that was all about his quick thinking.
You just see the fatigue is setting in for both teams. But lovely run from Williams. He's just wanting players to run off him and pick some gaps between the middle. But he managed to look 3 defenders all around that breakdown. There's got to be some space somewhere. But then the referee calls the offside. Quit thinking, don't ever turn your back in a sevens game with the referee giving a penalty. It's just going to be completely taken by the opposition. Smart thinking from the captain.
Well, temptation was to berate the referee for not playing any advantage, but Brighton College more than happy not to have any advantage. Tapping and going and getting themselves across the line for a 14-7 lead. Having been under all sorts of pressure in that opening couple of minutes, Wellington College came absolutely flying out the blocks. They looked so in control in possession. But Brighton, as we said in the semi-final, everything they do just looks so calm. And they kept their calm heads. Ended up a man ahead because of that yellow card for Wellington College, and they've just seized upon opportunity after opportunity. Half time then in the Gordon School Floodlit Sevens final. Brighton College 14, Wellington College 7. Wellington College, their grip on this title loosening. They won it last year. Can they come back and win it? 7 points is nothing in a game of sevens. But they are going to have to get on the score sheet again soon. Referee just having a word with both the captains.
I'll keep an eye out.
I think probably about the breakdown. It's always a good bet that it's probably going to be about the breakdown, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he also mentioned around tackle height. A couple of players just going a little bit too high, just wanting to manage that on both teams.
Goals.
Wellington get us kicked off and retain possession from it.
What a take.
Anfield, suddenly a little buzz of electricity there to Sprenger on the right wing. Hawker, the try scorer. The big bulldozer of a man. A fireplace scrum half. They're looking to use the full width of the field here. Oh, Wellington College. They got on the score sheet early in the first half. Can they do it again in the second? Probing for any space they can find. Williams has a go at competing. Sprenger spots a little half a gap. Goes shooting through it. Frampton dancing, wriggling. Frampton breaking through and Frampton scoring. And Wellington College have their fast start. Early try in the first half, early try in the second half.
That all came from that restart. You get so much energy off the back of some brilliant work from individuals. But just the quick rucks, quick thinking. Here, 2 players are marking this individual. But nobody's nominating, saying he's mine, he's mine. He slips off 1, slips off 2. We talked so much this evening around leg drive and staying alive and not going down easily. And the old school hit and spin comes out in the final and he gets 5 points for it.
Another towering restart. Almost claimed, was it, by Wellington College? Well, it wasn't quite, but they get a penalty for it anyway. Playing the ball on the floor, I think Brighton perhaps. Wellington with another chance to attack, and there's a little bit of space on the right-hand side. It's covered by Brighton, so they cut back inside. A last-ditch tackle from Brighton College. And a penalty to Wellington College. It's going to be a try, surely, from Anfield. Luke Anfield, recognising that the defence hadn't dropped, knowing they'd have to, goes crashing over for his team's third try. And you can see just how hard these boys have had to work out there. Luke Anfield sucking in the oxygen.
It's been some starts to this second half, hasn't it, from Wellington? Just found another gear, even when the tank's pretty empty at this point at the stage of the tournament. But just great footwork there, in and out, draws in 3-4 defenders, all close to that ruck, and now the penalty. And then just like Brighton College, Dando does a quick tap and gets another 5 points and extends their lead.
And what about this start to the second half from Wellington College? Kickoffs has been what it's all about. This one doesn't go their way, but those 2 kickoff receipts have just been absolutely fantastic.
It's such a hard skill, the actual kick of it, but also the timing to get under it, to underneath the kick as well.
It's been superb, but Brighton College by no means down and out yet. And they've got a penalty here, Wellington College straight in the side. Brighton, there must be space out on the right-hand side. Can they engineer a way to find it? Williams gets the ball in hand, out to this right-hand touchline. Tackles come in, a fire. The last-ditch tackler there. Williams now to Dando. Dando just fires it wide. Brighton probing, searching. That one just spilled. You could see what he was thinking, wasn't he? He wanted to just get his hands free and get that ball away, but just couldn't keep control.
Yeah, it's such a shame. All the build-up, they'd done all the hard work, hard yards, and sometimes it would have taken maybe one more phase, and then they're on the back foot. You're a couple of metres out. It's so challenging to defend, and you can always score from such close range.
Let's go, please, let's go.
But there's gaps opening up in the middle. Just want Brighton to have a little look up after the first 2 passes. The 4th defender's dropping off, and there's big gaps exposed through the midfield.
Wellington in a play from their own try line.
Tackle, move!
Get the knees to ground. Ball spilled though, Dando pokes a toe through. Dando dives on it, Dando gets the try. Out of nothing. Arch poacher, Ethan Dando. 2 tries from absolutely nothing from him. And how crucial is that one? Keelan Farrell with a chance to put his team in front. 90 seconds left to go. Off the post.
Oh, the drama.
19 points apiece. And about a minute and 15 seconds left to play. We see the replay here.
Oh, it really is out of something from nothing. Just stays really square. He's not trying to fly up or get in the channel. And then the error, he just pounces on it.
Backwards!
Brighton retained the kickoff. It was Dando that got up there. And now they keep it alive through contact. Is this going to be a dramatic finish for Brighton College? Williams to Farrell, the gas man, steps back inside.
Tackle!
Well dealt with by Wellington College. No release though, so it's a penalty to Brighton College. Williams goes fast. Dando now, looking for a hat-trick perhaps. Dando goes around the outside. Dando with the hat-trick. Ethan Dando. Oh, he might have won it for his team. 50-ish seconds on the clock. How long can Farrell use on the conversion?
I'll let you know when you want 5.
Oh, Ethan Dando, captain stuff.
That's impressive work, scoring a hat-trick in a final. And now they're just going to use all the time that they can to run down that clock. To make it really challenging for Wellington to come back.
And that's it. Farrell bangs the conversion over, and the referee says that's enough. It's all over. Brighton College are the Gordon School Floodlit Sevens champions, dethroning Wellington College in the final play of the game. Ethan Dando, the captain, the Harlequin centre, scoring the crucial try, a hat-trick in the final, a captain's performance, and a dramatic finish to an outstanding tournament.
Yeah, just when you need big players in big moments, he certainly did step up for his team. You know, they haven't been the flashiest, but they've been direct, they've been really clinical, they've executed, and the big thing is in this game, there was moments that they had their backs up against the wall, they went down, but they didn't let that faze them. They kept their confidence, kept moving forward, and now they're victorious.
Nick Boy, the head of rugby there, down on one knee to talk to his boys. And before he turned around, he had a grin like a Cheshire cat. He was over the moon. Next to him there on the left-hand side, Joel Conlon, the former England under-20s back rower, former Saracens and Exeter Chiefs. But it's all about those 12 boys in the maroon, blue and gold of Brighton College. Some big names have come through there. The Chisholm brothers and Marcus Smith chief among them. But this group have achieved something very special here. The mental strength to be able to stay in that and to be so calm and so composed. And I guess Dando epitomising that with his hat-trick of all sorts of different tries, but each of them had one thing in common, which was just calm composure to just do what needed to be done.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that execute throughout the afternoon, because in games where they were under pressure, they stayed composed and calm, and those moments in the pool games where they would have been tested, they've really come alive into this final, in the moments that really matter. And when you've got players who are really stepping up like that throughout the game, that gives you confidence, and it makes you believe in what you're trying to achieve and what you're trying to do. And yeah, after a really tough evening, the lungs are burning, the quads are burning, and trying to make strong decisions under pressure in a final game, they really did shine through in the end.
They certainly did. And a word on Wellington College, who gave it everything. They came from behind at half-time, put themselves in a position where they looked like the favourites to win the game, and then just undone in the end by the Dando brilliance, but a strong showing in the final.
Oh, really strong showing. You know, came out the blocks in the first half, right from kick-off, and the same in the second half. Their kick to compete off restarts was excellent, but their fight and determination in the contact area was excellent. They started so strongly, but this was a bit of a turning moment. It was a quick penalty tap, and then Brighton just doing all the simple things really well, being really smart. Great support line from Dando there to get through. And we've seen the wheels of this young man, Farrell, throughout the evening as well.
Yeah, we certainly have. Farrell, one of the outstanding performers through the day. But Dando, well, he had a hand in every try, didn't he? He scored a hat-trick. Pretty much made the other one as well. This one was just sharp thinking, wasn't it?
Yeah, just quick thinking. Heads up rugby. What's in front of me? Got players with their backs to me, so I'm going to pick on that.
Second half, though, Wellington College needed to come up with something, and I tell you what, they did. 2 quick tries. This one was excellent.
Yeah, it was. It was just a matter of power in the contact. Came off the restart, and just the quick thinking, and then the quick reply again in succession. It was a lovely little darting run. Pulls in 4 close defenders, so there's got to be space somewhere, and then they say, Dando, whatever you can do, I can do as well. And at that point, you felt all the momentum was with Wellington.
And then cometh the hour. Cometh Dando. Under pressure. Dando just stabs it through. A simple, opportunistic effort. And then the magic moment.
Simple, but you know, those little things where you fight for every little inch, and that's exactly what you want from a captain. Here he's got options everywhere, inside, outside. I think you could see as soon as he got that ball in his hand, he thought, oh, I'm going for this one.
He had that look, didn't he? That was the real look of a man who went, this is when I need to turn it on. And fair play to him. Turned it on in a big way. Ethan Dando, a superb performance in the final. Brighton College, the winners, 26 points to 19 against Wellington College. That is not the last we're going to hear of either of these sides over the course of the next month or so of this School 7 season. Keep your eyes peeled across the Edwin Doran Surrey School Senior 7s, the Rosslyn Park National School 7s as well. These two are going to be fighting right at the top end of those. We can be sure of that. But it all ends up here with Brighton College as the champions. It looks to me as though that's worth collecting the plate as well. What a great shot. Mill Hill rather collecting the plate, actually. I do apologise. What a fantastic effort they had all day. But in the end, all about Brighton College. All that's left to do is to say to Rachael Burford alongside me, thank you very much for joining us. Been an absolute pleasure to have you along. Much better insight than me.
It's been a pleasure. I think the skill on display this evening has been outstanding. We've had a bit of everything and it's been thoroughly enjoyable.
It certainly has. A fantastic evening here at Gordon's. Congratulations to Brighton College. Join us again on Friday when we will be over at Shelford Rugby Club for the Schools Cup semi-finals. Finborough against Oakham. That is going to be an absolute cracker. And of course this Sunday, actually, as it's just been reminded to me, we're at Colston's Collegiate, as it's now known, for their sevens and netball tournament. We'll be doing the main pitch of the rugby and the main pitch of the netball. Going to be a big day. You'll have Wilf Kemsley and Will Roberts on the mic for that one. Going to be a big weekend and a big few days to come. Thank you very much for joining us here at Gordon's. Congratulations to Brighton College. We'll see you on Sunday.